I can start? Okay, perfect. So welcome everyone to our Odoo Live support. My name is Michael and I'm going to present today's session. I work as a functional consultant in our professional services here in our headquarters in Belgium. And today's session will be, for the start of course, because you'll be able to ask any question. For the beginning, I've prepared a small presentation about the MRP master production schedule. And then of course we'll be able to review together how the barcode scanners work with our inventory application. So the idea is to review how you can configure the different settings within the application so that you can receive products in your main warehouse and send those products to your customers. We'll see the different operations that you can make using the barcode scanner. So I think that it would be interesting first to start with the MRP production master production schedule. And here, as you can see, I have a small presentation that I made last year during our audio experience. And I think I'm going to use again the use case that I had for this presentation, which was about the production of an electric car vehicle. So the idea here in the master production schedule is the tool that is going to help you to plan in advance when you should purchase the goods to produce your different products, especially your semi-finished and your finished products. And with that in mind, it is interesting to know that this tool is going to be used for a cascading supply chain. So the idea is that within a cascading supply chain, you have a finished product which has a production lead time, which has a given production lead time, and then within the bill of material of this finished product, you have a first level bill of material in which you have a semi-finished product, the chassis, for instance, here for the electric car, within which you have also another bill of material with other components. And each of these components also has its own lead time. But here we speak of a purchase lead time because these are products that you're going to purchase to your supplier. In that sense, you'll have to define on the product, for instance, on the battery pack or the rain tires, different purchase lead times. But also within the first level BOM, as you can see, we have also other components that will be purchased. And the idea is that the system and the master production schedule, which is a tool, is going to help you to compute the different lead times and when you should order the different products that you have in your bill of materials. So let's see how we can configure this cascading supply chain by configuring some of the products that we see here on our screen. So I'm going to connect here on this online instance that I have. It is a SAS 15 database, so it means that this is the latest version that you can find on our online platform. And I'm going to go in the app launcher so that I can find first the MRP app. So I'm going to install the manufacturing app. And you'll see that within the manufacturing app, we'll need to install additional features and configure additional settings. So now that we have the manufacturing app, I need to go here in the settings. And as you can see, if I go in the settings, I can activate the option of the master production schedule. So I save this feature. As you can see, the configuration panel has been reworked so that it's easier for you to configure the different application of Odoo. And here, one important feature that you need to activate is whether you want to make your master production schedule on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, or on a daily basis. Let's say that we are going to work on a weekly basis. So I'm going to save this feature. And now that I've done this, I'm going to configure the products. So I'm back in the manufacturing application, and within the manufacturing application, I'll go in master data and I'll configure the products. So the first product that I need to configure, of course, it's the electric car itself, which is my finished product. Let's say that it's a stockable one, and within the inventory, I'm going to say it's a product that I'll manufacture, and I'll give the manufacturing lead time, which, let me check, which is 14 days, as I showed in my presentation. So 40 days of production time for the electric car. What I'm going to do as well is that I'm going to create a bill of material for this finished product. So here I'm going to create the bill of material for the electric car, and I'm going to have some components, and I'm going to create right on the spot here from the bill of material the other components. So let's say that I'm going first to create the electric engine that I buy from a Japanese provider. So let's select the electric engine. Let's say that it's a product that I buy, so I leave it like it is. And of course I have to define who's my supplier, who's my vendor. So I'm going to create a vendor which is Nissan, and I'm going to say that it's a 21 days purchase lead time for this product. So I save and close, and I think that everything is properly configured for my electric engine. Within that first level bill of material, I also have a window pane, which is also a purchase product. So let's create and edit this window pane. It's also a buy product, and my vendor is going to be AGC glass in Belgium. So my purchase lead time is quite short when it comes to AGC glass. So it's 7 days. I also save and close. So as you can see, for all of my purchase products, the idea is to define first that it's a buy product, and second that it's a product that I'm going to buy through a supplier, through a vendor, and I have to define for each vendor the purchase lead time that I have with this manufacturer. And then of course, within the first level bill of material, what I need to do is that I need also to add my semi-finished product that is going to have also its own bill of material with its own components. So here the idea is that I have a semi-finished product that I'm going to produce myself, which is the chassis, and it is going to be configured a bit the same way as I did for the finished product, which is the electric car. So it's going to be a manufactured product, and in that case I have to specify how long it takes me to manufacture this product. In that case, I set that it's a 7 days production lead time for the chassis. So I save it. And with this information, I've configured the first level, my first level bill of material for my finished product, which is the electric car. So in that sense, the configuration is over for the electric car, and now I can go back in my list of products, and I can find back, for instance, through the search bar here, the chassis, which is my semi-finished product. Why am I going back on this chassis? It's because I want to configure for this semi-finished product the bill of material. This is my second level bill of material, and here I'll have to add the components that I need for the chassis. So for instance here, let me check, I need a battery pack that comes from the US. So let's create another component, which is the battery pack. I'm going to change the information that I have on this product. So it's a buy product. I'll buy this product from, for instance, Tesla in the US, and it's a 14 days delivery purchase lead time with Tesla. So this is my first component of this bill of material. I'm also gonna add the rain tires. So it's gonna be from an Italian vendor, and here in that case it's gonna be also a byproduct with a vendor in Italy, for instance, let's say Pirelli, and this is gonna be a 7 days purchase lead time. So that's gonna be for the rain tires. Let's say that we need 4 of them for the production of the chassis, and then finally we need aluminized steel that comes from Luxembourg, and I'm gonna also update the information of this product by saying that it's a byproduct again, and my vendor will be from Luxembourg, so let's say ArcelorMittal, and it's going to be, I think, as well as 7 days delivery for this product. Perfect. So so this is my second level bill of material, which is for the chassis itself, which is my semi-finished products. I hope you still follow here. So let's get back to the presentation to have an overview of the bill of materials that I just created. You have the electric car itself, which is my finished product, and then within the first level bill of material of my finished product, I have first a semi-finished product, which has its own bill of material, which we'll call the second level bill of material. And within the first level bill of material, I have a purchased product. And then the important thing is to understand that the total lead time that we can see here, it's 35 days. Either because the maximum combination that I can make, it's the electric car plus the chassis plus the battery pack, but also because I have here alternatively the electric car plus the electric engine, 14 days plus 21 days. So it's very important to identify the total length of the total lead time that you have over your supply chain, to know exactly when the first product should be ordered or should be produced to be on time and to get the products on time. So now that I have this configuration ready, the next step in the configuration would be to add those products in the master production schedule. So in order to do that, what I have to do is that I need to go in the manufacturing app, in the MRP app. I go in the reporting menu, and within the reporting menu, I can access the master production schedule. From there, I can add which products I want to manage within the master production schedule. So, for instance, I'm gonna add the electric car as a product that I need to have in my master production schedule. And what I'm gonna do as well is that I'm gonna add the electric car, of course. I'll add the chassis, which is my semi-finished product. And I'll add, of course, not only the products that I manufacture, but also the products that I'm purchasing to my suppliers, to my vendors. So for that, I'm gonna do the following. I'm gonna add the electric engine, which comes from Tesla, as you remember. And I'm gonna add as well the aluminum steel. What else? What else do I have? Yeah, I had the battery pack, of course. I think I also had the rain tires that comes from Italy. So the rain tires. Let me check if I did not forget anything. I think I forgot the window pane. And as soon as I've added the window pane, I'll have all the products that I need in the master production schedule. Okay, that's perfect. So that was the next step for me. It was to define the products that I'm going to manage within the master production schedule. Of course, here the example that I take is about the production with finished products and semi-finished product. But you could think of using this master production schedule for a purchasing department, for instance, because when you have a seasonal demand for which you cannot forecast exactly how many products you need to have over the entire year, you need, of course, to be able to say, for this week I'm going to have that demand, and the week after another demand that decreases and that increases the week after. So you need to be able to work with a seasonal demand, for instance. So the master production schedule can be used either because you have very long lead times in your cascading supply chain, or because also you are a purchasing department that needs to reflect the seasonal demand that they have, and they need to generate the procurements on time and accordingly to the seasonal demand. So what's the main idea then when you have added the product in the master production schedule? You need to check, for instance, the electric car, which is your finished products, and you're gonna define the demand forecast for the next weeks. Of course, it would be too late for me to start to enter the demand forecast in the week 33, because as I told you, I have a 35 days lead time, so I need to do it at least in 5 or 6 weeks to be on time. So for instance, here for the electric car, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say that in week 36 I'll need 45 electric cars, and then it decreases to 45, then the week after it's let's say 40, and then we have a peak in week 39, so let's say 60. And so here then, when you have set the demand forecast, the system will automatically say what should be supplied or produced the week of the week of the 36, and in that sense you have to apply this information so that the system can compute. Okay, it means that because the production, for instance, of the production of the electric car, if you remember, takes 14 days, so 2 weeks. It means that I should start, I should receive, I should order the electric engine 2 weeks before, so that I'm sure that I receive the 45 units on time in my stock, so that I can start the production the week of the 36. And for the chassis, it's the same, in the sense that the production takes 14 days for the chassis. So I'm gonna start my production 14 days before the start of my production of the electric car. So that's the way it works. And as you can see, it's a cascading supply chain. So the fact that I added here a demand forecast of 45 for the electric car, it impacted all the products, all the components that are part of my first level bill of material. So the chassis was impacted, the rain tires not, because they are part of the second bill of material, but the window pane as well, and the electric engine as well. So now what I need to do is that I need to go on the chassis and I need to apply the demand forecast that I have for the chassis, and it's going to impact for instance, all the components that are part of the chassis bill of material. So now I see that in week 33 I need to order 45 battery packs, and I think that's it. I just need to, at the moment, I just need to order the battery pack, because it takes me, I need this battery pack in 21 days. I need to start using those in 21 days. They need to be in my stock in 21 days. But since the cell is already green, it means that I need to order as of now to receive them on time. So the column week 33 means I need this product in stock on week 33. But the green cell means the lead time is 21 days. So I need to order it as of today. So the next step, it's when you see that you have within your green cells a demand forecast which needs to be ordered. you'll launch the green cells. And by doing this, it's going to switch from green to gray, and it's going to, normally, if everything is properly configured, it's going to generate a purchase order. And as you can see, it already generated a purchase order for my electric engine to Nissan for 45 units, and it is expected to be received on the 21st of August in my stock. So if I want to order it on time, I should already have ordered it on the 31st of July, so that I can receive it on the 21st of August, because on the 21st of August I'm going to start the production of the semi-finished good, which is the chassis. So as you can see, it helps you to generate on time the procurement with the right schedule date and with the right order date, everything on time. And of course, the person who's in charge of the master production schedule will have to come back on a regular basis and check every week what are the cells that are no green and that should be launched, so that we have the purchase orders generated on time. So I see that we already have some questions here, and I'm gonna review those. So give me a minute. I'm gonna start with the beginning. So I see that hello Saiteja, and I see that Don is here, and Don has a question. So he says about MRP and inventory, does the operation type of MISC tab of manufacturing order override the custom route listed on product page? I guess that you are speaking of the operation types in the inventory. So indeed, here in the configuration in the inventory, you can define different operation types, and of course there is now, this is something that was added with version 10, there is an operation type for manufacturing. This is of course default operation type that can be used when you generate manually the manufacturing order. So for instance, if I go back in the manufacturing app, I go in the manufacturing order and I create a manufacturing order. I can, for instance, start to produce the electric car, and it's gonna select by default the operation type manufacturing. Although I think this is of course predefined by Odoo here. But if you want to, what you can do as well is that within the route that you configure a manufacturer route, then you can define another operation type to be used. And in that case, you need to go here again in the inventory in the configuration, and within the menu routes, for instance, as you can see on the default manufacturer route, if I check the procurement rule here, we say that we use the operation type my company manufacturing, but I could define another. So for instance, I could go here in the operation types. Let's say that I want to have another operation type, which is manufacturing number 2, because you want to split the different operations that you are making within the inventory. Let's create a sequence for manufacturing 2. The type of operation will be manufacturing operation. We can set a default location. For the moment, let's not complicate it too much, so let's keep just WH stock. And then within the routes, you need to create a new route, which will be called manufacturer 2. And you can say, for instance, that you have a procurement rule that says manufacturer with the operation type number 2. The action of your route will be, of course, manufacturer. The procurement location will be stock, and then the source location will be stock as well. And the operation type here should be manufacturing 2. So if I go back to your question, Don, here what's going to happen is that the system with the route is going to override the operation type the default operation type that you have set in the operation types for manufacturing. So just to show you, if we go on the product, let's say that my chassis, for instance, is going to go through another manufacturer route. So on the product now, I have available the route manufacturer 2. I save this option, and I'm gonna create a procurement request for this product in my main warehouse for 1 unit, and I don't have to set a preferred route because I've already set the route on the product. So I ask a new product, and yeah, it's up and running. And as you can see, my procurement as a match, because it applied the route that I just created, which is manufacturer with the operation type number 2. So now if I go in my manufacturing app and I check, as you can see, there is another manufacturing order that has been generated. The first one for the electric car was the manual one that I generated, and as you can see, it was with the manufacturing route. Here it generated another manufacturing order, which now is, let's say, packed into the operation type my company manufacturing 2. So as you can see, if you define on the route a specific operation type, this is this operation type that is going to be used for the manufacturing order. And if I check, because in parallel, as you know, you have of course the manufacturing order on one side, but on the other side, in the inventory now, in the dashboard of your inventory, you have different operation types. And in the operation types manufacturing 2, I have one to do, which is the one that I just created with my procurement request. So I hope it does answer your question. And if I take a look at your other questions, you say my M1 product route shows procurement from location 4, yet my operation type manufacturing is WH stock to WH stock. Okay, I see. So this is the same idea that I just showed before. So in fact, when you configure an operation type, on the operation type, you can set default values for the source location and the destination location. And in fact, the place and the location where those locations are going to be used in the application is when you manually create an operation into this operation type within the dashboard. So for instance, here, if I take manufacturing 2 and I go I go in this operation, I can manually create an operation type which is manufacturing 2. Again, I can say, let's say that I'm going to produce a chassis from there, and it's going to set by default the raw materials location and the finished production location. But it doesn't mean that if you configure a route, it's gonna use those default location. Instead, the system will use the location that you set on the route. So, for instance, if I say, and let's say I'm gonna add a new location, which is, let's say I'll create a specific location where I put my raw materials. Okay, so I create an additional location where I put my raw materials. It is also part of my main warehouse, which is WH. So it's WH raw materials. And let's say that I'm gonna pick my components for the production from WH raw materials. So in that case, I'm not gonna change the operation type manufacturing 2, which is still defined as a with a default source location WH stock with a default destination location WH stock, but in the route that I have manufacturer 2, I'm gonna say that my source location for my components, because the action that you can see here, it's manufacturer, I'm gonna say that it's WH raw materials. So I'm gonna specify in the route that if I have a procurement for this product in WH stock, So it means if I need to produce the chassis, for instance, in WH stock, I'm going to pick my raw materials into WH raw materials. So I save the route that I just created, and by doing this, I can do the same operation that I just did before. I go on the product chassis, I look for it, and here I'm gonna, yeah, manufacturer 2 is still activated, and I can launch the procurement request, another procurement request for 1 unit as well. I ask for a new product. It found a matching rule, which is the one that I just created, and I can, I think, from here access the manufacturing order. But what's interesting here is that, as you can see, on the new manufacturing order that I generated with the route that I created, with the manufacturer route that I created, it says that it goes from WH stock to WH raw materials, even if within the operation type manufacturing 2, it says WH stock, WH stock. So these default values on the operation type are used when you manually create the operation type within your inventory dashboard. But if you use routes and you decide within those routes to have different routing, a different source location, this is the source location from your route that is going to be used. So I hope it does answer your question, but basically you have to understand that that the routes in the inventory bypasses the default settings that you've set on your product. Okay, and so I still have another question from Don, which was very active at the beginning, but I'm going to continue since we are still on the topic, and then I'll move to the other questions. So basically, Don is asking, can you show how to pull raw materials from 2 different internal locations into a single manufacturing order? C1 comes from location 1 and C2 comes from location 2 to make M1 in location 3. Okay, so let's maybe reuse the products that I have, but let's configure the locations that you propose. So in that sense, what I'm going to do is that okay, wait, I'm just thinking about the solution. So you say that you want to take from different locations. I think that you'll have to create a first route that goes into that creates the manufacturing order, and then you will have to activate and maybe to create an additional move before your manufacturing order, so that you can pick the products in different locations. If you want to pack everything into one single manufacturing order. So my advice here would be to do the following: to have your route, your main route for the production, for the manufacturing, which would be, let's say, manufacturer, which goes from WH stock, and maybe we can keep the one that we have here, manufacturer 2. So let's say that you have the main one that says from WH stock to WH raw materials, and then we can create 2 other routes so that we pick the products within their own locations, where we pick, so that we can pick the components in the right locations. So for instance, we can create a route that is called pick from C1, but first what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create 2 additional locations. I'm going to call it let's say WHC1. That's the solution I'm thinking of right now. There might be another solution, but that's the one that I see so far. Okay, no, I just wanted to call it C1. Let's call it C2 with WH as well. And then when I've configured those two sublocations where I have the products, I can create the route which is pick from C1, and for pick from C1, this is going to be so the route is going to be like this. Pick from C1 is going to be moved from another location. So what I'm going to create is that I'm going to create a picking to pick the product from one location. So the warehouse operator will receive an operation which is going to say, please pick this product from C1. So for instance, the procurement location will be raw materials, and the source location then will be C1 that I just created. The move supply method will be take from stock. It means that I'm going to look into C1 here if I have the products or not. So if they are available, the system is going to reserve those products. And then if it's not available, it's going to wait for availability. I have another option here in the move supply method. I could say that I create procurement. In that case, I would have a cascading moves within my supply chain, but we are not interested into that for the moment. And let's say that we're going to use the internal transfer to pack the operation within a given picking. So that's pick from C1, and I have to create, of course, another route which will be also available on the product itself, which will be product pick from C2. And in that case, this is going to be almost the same. So the action will be moved from another location. The source location will be the raw materials location, and I'll pick the products from C2. And again, I'm going to use the internal transfers as the operation type. Now, of course, I need to change the configuration of my products. So I have to go first. Let's say we're going to use the chassis again. So that's the configuration here on the chassis is still okay. It's manufacturer 2, so it says I want, when I have a procurement for this product in stock, I'll produce it using the operation type number 2 that we created just before, and I'm going to pick the components into the raw materials location, and then I'm just going to check which components we have for the chassis. We have the battery pack, the rain tires, and the aluminum steel. So let's go on the rain tires, for instance, and let's say that the rain tires, we're going to pick those products from C1. We're going to pick the products from C1, and what we are going to do as well is that we are going to say that it's a make-to-order configuration. So what does it mean? It means that when I generate the manufacturing order for the chassis, and that it says, okay, I need the rain tires as a component in my manufacturing order, I'm going to generate automatically the picking to pick those products into location C1. So this is what it means. This is that the make-to-order will automatically generate the picking to pick the product from C1. And let's say that I'm going to configure another, I think that the battery pack was also part of the bill of material. And for the battery pack, we will pick those from C2. And I'm going to also set those as make-to-order. So now that I have that configuration, I'm going to go back on the chassis itself, and I'm going to create another procurement request. I'm going to ask for new products. Again, the right rule has been set, and as you can see, it already generated my manufacturing order for the chassis, which goes from stock to raw materials. Now let's check that it indeed generated the internal transfers for the raw materials, and I think it did. So as you can see, now I have two pickings for my battery pack that goes from raw materials to C2, and I have another picking that goes from raw materials to C1. So basically, my advice would be to do it in 2 steps. Why it would be interesting to do it in 2 steps? Because this way you have first the manufacturing order which is generated, and you know that you have to bring your raw materials to a raw material location, and then of course you have the pickings behind that indicates to your warehouse operator that he needs to pick the product within C1 location and within C2 locations. I don't think it's just that it's right on the spot that I'm answering that, but I don't think that it's possible within the same manufacturing order to split the raw material locations into different raw material locations. So you have to do it in 2 steps, like I just did here with my 2 steps configuration. So I hope that done it answers your questions. I'm just gonna check that it did answer. I don't know if I see. I'm looking for a message from Don on that. Okay, Don, just tell me if it did answer your questions, and I think that it did. I'm gonna move to the other questions that we have here, and I'm gonna move to the question of Hassan. Hello, Hassan. And Hassan is asking, okay, how can I configure catch-all email with Gmail? So I'm not going to go into too much details about this question, because in fact you should know that on our online platform the catch-all is automatically installed, so you don't need to configure it with your Gmail application or with any mail server that you might have. But basically what you need to do is that first, of course, you need to configure within Odoo the mail server information. So you need to go here. So sorry, maybe I'm going too fast, but if you go in the settings, in the general settings, here you have the external email servers option, and you have to configure the email server here, all the information of your own email server from here to override the default email server that Odoo has configured. And then you also need to configure, if I'm not mistaken, within the settings, so I'm going to activate the developer mode. In the technical settings, you need to activate system parameter, which is the catch-all address. And as you can see here, so where did I go? I went in the settings, in technical, in the system parameters, and from there you can define your catch-all domain with the value of this catch-all domain. So you need to set this information into the system parameters, and then it will enable you, of course, to use the catch-all address on your projects, for instance, on your CRM team. So it's of course very interesting. And when you send a message from your sales order, it will automatically grab the email that your customer sends. So of course the catch-all is very important in Odoo, although we clearly advise on the online platform to use the default mail server that is configured. But of course you are free to configure it yourself. Maybe I should mention that, and I'll go in the odoo.com documentation. I should mention that you have in the odoo.com documentation a very good documentation that has been made by a colleague of mine, which is, I think, let me see, in the user guides. In the user guides, I think that you have. Maybe it's in general. No, it's not in general. No. Okay, or it's maybe, yeah, it's maybe in discuss then. Okay, yeah. This is so, if you go in the Odoo documentation and you go in the user guides and in the discuss application, of course, you have a very good and a very detailed explanation on how you can use your own email servers to send and receive email in Odoo, and you have the complete explanation of how you should set that, and especially also how you can create the catch-all address. So I would advise you to refer to that documentation, which is very, very, very detailed. So I hope it does answer your question, Hassan. And I'm moving on the next question. I think that Don says that his question was answered, so it's perfect. And Hassan, I hope that your question on the catch-all is also answered. Now let me see, I'm moving to MTJ 603, which is asking, okay, in the product categories, what does the view classification means, and how is it used? Yeah, we can review a bit more how the product categories work. So the idea is that within the product categories that you can access, for instance, from the sales configuration, that's one way of doing it. You can, of course, do it also through the inventory application, if I'm not mistaken, probably through the purchase application. So you have different ways of accessing this. But in the product categories, in the internal categories, you have indeed a category type, and you have two types. You have the view type and the normal type. The idea is that you can define categories that will be of view type, and they are only going to be used as a way of creating a hierarchy within the different categories that you're going to have. So the idea is that you are going to create a hierarchy within the categories that you have. So you are going to say that some of the categories that you create are of view type. So it means that you're not going to use this category as a regular category in your products. It is just used for the sake of grouping the information within different within I would say a parent category that will group the different subcategories that you've created. So for instance, here I can say that within the whole category, I'm going to split it into manufactured products, which depends on the parent category all, but I'm going to say that the manufactured product is a view type. So I just want to use it as a parent category, and I'm going to add another category for the purchased products, and this is also going to be of view type. And then within the categories of view type that I've just created, which will be my parent categories, I'm going to add extra categories that I'm going to actually use to categorize the different products that I have in my product catalog in the in Odoo, in my application. So here, for instance, I can say that within the manufactured products, I have the finished goods, which are part of manufactured products, and I say that the category type is normal. And I'm going to say also that I have the semi-finished goods that are also part of the manufactured products. And so, as you can see, as I build the different product categories that I have, it creates a hierarchy of categories. I have first my all category, which is very important to have because it's always a best practice to group all your categories into a main category in case you want to configure something for all of your products, because as you know, through the internal categories, it helps you to configure the different products that you have. And then within this category all, I have manufactured products and purchased products, and within manufactured products I have finished goods and semi-finished goods, which means that I'm gonna use finished products and semi-finished products as the categories that I have on my products. So now if I go in the catalog, in the products, I'm gonna say, for instance, that my chassis is part of my semi-finished goods, and my electric car, of course, is part of my finished goods category. So it really enables me to create a hierarchy of categories and say the categories that I'm going to use or not on the products. So I hope MTJ 603 it answers your question. I hope it answers your question on the categories. Oh, I see that you added another question just under the first one that you posted. I see that you're asking, okay, how to set up an internal division like a cafeteria to be a cost income center. Do we have to use analytical accounts? I think so. Okay, I think it's not really through the. I don't think it's gonna be through the product categories that you're gonna create the division, and especially the analytical division that you want. It will be rather by using the analytical accounts, and if you use the analytical accounts, then you'll be able to have a division per area, per department that you have, so that you have the cost and income per department, for instance. But we are not going to have you're not going to do that through the product categories. I don't think so, because on the product categories you don't have the information of the analytic accounts. So in that sense, it doesn't make sense for you to. Although, wait, I'm gonna install the accounting app, and I'm going to activate the analytical accounts. But I don't think that this is something that you're going to achieve through the accounts on the categories. So let's activate analytical accounting in the settings. Okay, so let's add analytic accounting. Let's say that we are going to have purchase analytics as well. And I'm going to check now the look of my internal categories, but I don't think it's going to change something. Yeah, so basically I think that that you have to understand that you have, of course, the general accounts that you're going to use from your chart of accounts that is going to be used for the accounting entries that you have and that you generate, and this information can be set. The account properties can automatically be set on the different product categories that you create. This is one thing, but this is not going to be used for analytic accounting. If you want to use analytic accounting, this is an extra layer that you're going to create. And if you want, for instance, to have a division per department, then it's important to use the analytic accounts and to make this division true by using those analytic accounts and by creating the different departments that you have within your company. And then you use these analytic accounts. For instance, when you make a sales to a customer, you attach this sales to a specific analytic account. And same thing when you purchase components or you purchase services for the making of the sale to this customer, and you attach to the same analytic account as well. So it is really an extra layer that you will add through the analytic accounts. Okay, I hope it does answer your question. MTJ 603. So this was your question on the analytic accounts. I have a question from Saiteja. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And you are asking, what are timesheets for? Okay, so well, for that I need to install the timesheets application, and probably as well the project application, because timesheet application is, and as you can see, it's dependence of project. Timesheets are very well linked to project, and more specifically to tasks. Timesheets, it's first a way, of course, to track the time that you spent on different projects, and of course we get back somehow to the idea of having analytic accounts, for instance, per projects, and you'll be able to see, okay, on a given project, how much did I spend in terms of human resources on this project, because this is what the timesheet, this is the information that the timesheet is going to give you. So for instance, let me show you an example, a very concrete example of the information that you might want, and the configuration that you might want to put into place for the timesheets. For instance, you can say, okay, first you need to go on the employee. Here I only have one employee on my database, and you say, okay, what is the timesheet cost of this employee per hour? So you say, for instance, that it's 20, let's say it's 20 euros timesheet cost per hour. And then what you're going to do is that in the sales app, we're going to configure an extra product, which will be a service product in this case. So let's call it a service, and let's call it consulting hours. And the sale price is 100 euros, for instance, per hour. And within the invoicing tab, we're going to say that we invoice those hours on ordered quantities. So it means that if the customer, let's say, ordered 8 hours of consulting hours, but in the end you do 9 or 10 hours, the extra hours will not be invoiced to the customer. And then what we can do is that we can say that as soon as we confirm the sales order, and this product, this service is part of the sales order, as soon as you confirm the sales order, it creates a project in which you're gonna deal with this service, and this service will be translated into a task on which you can track the hours. So I'm gonna save the consulting product, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go in the quotations. I'm going to create a quotation here, and I'm going to sell to Saiteja consulting hours. So let's say this is the product that I need, and in the ordered quantities I can say that I'm going to sell 16 hours of consulting. Okay. From there, I save my quotation, and then I confirm the quotation. So as you can see, when I've confirmed the quotation, it automatically links this quotation to a project. It also automatically creates an analytic account for this sales order, and I have a project behind that, which is project SO003, which is the name of the sales order that I just confirmed. And within this project, you have the task that was automatically generated. And as you can see, my product is consulting hours, and it was translated into tasks with initially planned hours. In this case, the 16 hours that we add in the sales order, and I can record a timesheet as an employee here on the task. What I'm going to do is that in the configuration that I have just put into place, is that I can already invoice the ordered quantities that I have set on my sales order. So in that sense, I'm going to create the invoice, because as you can see, the sales order lines are in light blue, and it means that I can invoice those because they are configured as to be invoiced on delivered quantities. So I'm going to create the invoice by choosing the option invoiceable lines. I create and view the invoice, and now that I'm in the invoice, I validate this invoice to the customer, invoice that I can send, of course, to the customer directly by clicking send by email. So as you can see, I've generated revenue, of course, because if I check the journal entry, I've impacted my revenue account here for this sale to this customer site Asia. So this is the first step. And as you can see, you have the smart buttons here that gives you a direct link to those documents. So from the sales order, I can easily access the task that has been generated from this sales order. And of course, I could have added more sales order lines, and I could have generated behind that more tasks. And I can see also directly the invoice that I generated for this sales order and for this customer. So simply here, what I can do now is that I can record some timesheets on the project. Of course, let me do the full process so that you see how it works. Within the process, I'm gonna create different steps. Let's say that I have a on hold step, I have ongoing one, and I have a done step. So I move first my task to the on hold step, and then I move it to the ongoing one. And while I'm working on it, I'm going to record some timesheets directly on the tasks. So for instance, here I can say that as MRI, as Michael, I spent, let's say, I worked on the task, so we configured the warehouse application with the customer, and then the duration was 4 hours. Okay, so I can record the time that I spent on this task, and as you can see, it shows the working time which is recorded, and it compares the working time which is recorded to the initially planned hours. So it helps you to know where you are in terms of progression on what was initially planned within the sales order. And the final step would be to look at the end what was the cost and the income that I had from this sales order and from this project that I sold to the customer. So basically here, if I go in the accounting app, I can go in the reporting, and within reporting I have the analytic entries that I can group, of course, by project, and I have different measures to see the amount of analytic entries that have been recorded. I can also go in the analytic accounts. I can just check the analytic account for the SO number 3, and if I go into the cost and revenue, I see that I have spent 4 hours on this project in timesheets, so it's minus 80 costs on this project. But you can see that I have an income of 1,600. So globally, my balance is pretty good because I'm doing a very good margin, a very good profit on this project. And you can follow and track the costs and revenues that you have on this project. So timesheets can be used for that, and mainly for that, to track the time that you spent on the different tasks. One way of filling your timesheet can be on the task itself, but you can go in the app directly, and as you can see here, you have the possibility to work in the grid view instead. You can directly access from the grid view the different timesheets that you've recorded on one day. So basically, you have different ways of recording the timesheets. You also have the timesheet app, which is available on Android and on Google Chrome, where you can you have a timer, and you can set this timer and record the exact time that you have spent on a given task. It's a bit difficult for me to show it like this, but this is also an alternative for the timesheets. I see that I have a lot of extra questions coming in. I think that I answered Hassan's question. I hope that I answered SiteAjax questions. And so let's move to Adron for Business. Hello guys, which has another question related to the warehouse application. So let's check it. Adron says, I have a question regarding stock valuation. I would like to change stock valuation method from average price to real price in the middle of a fiscal year, having some stock in my warehouse in average price. Is it possible? What is the best way to change it? Should I remove all my stock before this operation and take it back to stock again after changing valuation method? This is a tricky situation indeed. The first thing is that I think at the legal level, I'm not sure you can change like this over the year in your current fiscal year the valuation method. Normally this is something that is agreed between the accountant and the fiscal administration at the beginning of the year, and each time you change your stock valuation, you need to explain to the fiscal administration why you are changing from one stock valuation method to another. So that's my first my first legal advice that I could give you, is that during the year it's not always a good idea to change the valuation method. I mean, legally speaking, of course. Then if you move from average price to real price in the middle of the year, I don't think it's gonna be an issue for you, but let's check this together. So I'm gonna configure one product as a average price stock valuation. So I'm going to go, for instance, on the let's say rent tires, and I'm going to change something. Is that I'm going to change the price at which I buy this product. So let's say it's 15 euros price. I'm going to change that, and I'm going to change something else. Is that I'm going to change the valuation, the inventory valuation, the costing method, and I'm going to say it's an average price costing method and I'm going to create a specific category for that instead of changing everything. Okay, so I create an average price category. I say that it's in the all category and it's average price. So as you can see, I've set average price for the rain tires. Let's order some rain tires to our suppliers. So I'm gonna go in the purchase application. Within the purchase application, I'm gonna buy to Pirelli some rain tires. Let's say 30 of them at a price of 15 as agreed and as set on the product. So I save the purchase order, I confirm the purchase order, and within the shipment I'll validate the receipt of those products. And now if I check in the inventory valuation, so I go in the inventory app, in the reporting, in the inventory valuation, I'll take a look at the current valuation. Of course, they are valued 362. Okay, maybe I'm gonna I'm gonna do it easier. So let's take it again. Ah, yeah, it has. Okay, it has computed with stock that I already had. Okay. So I probably already. No, right. I set the cost on this product and it computed based on the 15 one. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, we're gonna try. So we're gonna receive another purchase order for this product. For the rain tires again. Let's say that this time this is 20, valued at, let's say 20 as well. I save, I confirm the order, then I go on the shipment and I receive the products. And if I now check the information in the inventory application on the inventory valuation as of today, it has of course changed the valuation of my rain tire. So the thing with the average price and the standard price, what happens is that it will automatically compute when you purchase the product for the average price, what is your new average price on the product, and it will automatically set this average price value on all the quants that you have. So all the quants that you have, which is the logistic units, are valued at the same cost, regardless of the purchase order they were in. So even if I the 20 rain tires that I see here and that I received a bit later than the other ones were valued at 20 in my purchase order, and that the other 30 were valued at 15, it will automatically split this cost over the different products that I have received, and it's going to be a single cost, a single average cost for all the products that I have. So now the question was, what happens if I change to real price? So let's just change now the configuration of the rain tire to real price, and if I remember well, I think that, yeah, as you can see, let me see, no, it doesn't change back to the real price. So I think that indeed the best solution that you have if you want to change the valuation method in the course of the year or something, would be indeed to do a new inventory valuation using the inventory adjustment within the inventory app. Okay, so I think that's probably the best way to handle this problem. Although I have to say it's a bit it's a tricky question to answer like this on the spot. I think we already studied it, so I would recommend you to send this question to the support team using the help link, and by asking the question again to the support team, so that they have a bit more time to investigate what is the best option for you. Because I have to say it's a tricky question to answer like this on the spot. I would also need the help of some technical persons to make sure that it does not have other impacts in the other applications. So my advice is to send this question to the regular support channel, which is the help page. For those who don't know, the help page is available on odoo.com, and you can type /help, and you're gonna be redirected to the support form, and you will be able to submit a support ticket. So this is I think this is Adrun for Business. I think this is the kind of question that is better asked through the support channel. Ryan Geldenhuis. Hello Ryan. You say bug, I think. Is it possible to delete the currency but not to create properly again because no symbol? I think this is the kind of settings, and this is the kind of information records that you shouldn't delete. So I don't think it's going to be considered as a bug if you report it to our help team. I think it is important that, and I can just show you, if you have currencies, if you have multi-currency installed in the application, it's not a good idea to delete the default currencies, because normally we cover all the possible currencies that you might have, except maybe bitcoins. But you have all the possible currencies, and I wouldn't advise you to delete those. What you have on the currencies, that you can archive the currencies. So let me activate the multi-currency setting in the accounting application, and then we are going to see how it works. So if we go in the accounting app, and we go in the list of currencies, you see that here you have the entire list of currencies, and you can, for instance, decide to activate AED as a currency, and if you don't need it anymore, you can of course unactivate it. Now, I think you can change the symbol. So I don't. If you create a new currency, you can set a symbol. So I don't see where the error is for you, because here, as you can see, I could decide to create an extra USD currency with its own rounding factor, the decimal places, and you can say what symbol you would use for, if it's, for instance, the regular dollar sign, or if you want to say like this, that it's going to be US dollar. I mean, okay, you have an error. No, the currency code should be unique. Okay, so let's call it currency 2 USD. Okay. US. Okay, I can only have 3 of them. Let's call it UD. Okay. So yeah, apparently you have restriction where you cannot create, of course, the currency with the same code, which makes sense. But you are, of course, free to define any symbol that you want on the new currency that you configure. Although I don't think it's a good idea to delete the currencies, the default currencies that I set. As I said, it's better to activate or inactivate those currencies. So I see that Adron for Business had an answer to his question. Perfect. I see that Hassan as well. So basically, yeah, for Ryan, for your question, I really think that it's not a bug. From what I see, I can create an extra currency with another symbol. So I think that you should be able to reconfigure a USD, for instance, that you would have deleted. Although my advice would be, please do not delete those currencies. That's not the way to go. The way to go is to archive or unarchive the currencies that you have, depending on the use that you have. And in case a currency is deprecated for you, you can of course unarchive it. Archive it. I hope it does answer your question. I have a question from Etisham Faisal, which is asking, when will you start giving technical training? So when it comes to technical training, we are currently working on a new platform. I hope I can announce that, but we are currently working on a new platform which will enable you to do this training remotely. And this is a platform that is going to help you to configure everything related to your Odoo database. You'll have exercises, you'll have a coaching from a technical consultant here in Belgium. So this new technical training is expected to start, I think, as of October. Of course, if you are looking for a technical training, there is one at the Odoo Experience, which takes place in October. So if you are not aware of that, this is of course the greatest Odoo event of the year, in which you should participate. This is really a wonderful event, so that you can meet, of course, the Odoo team, but the Odoo partners and the Odoo community. And just before the Odoo experience, which takes place on October 4th, 5th and 6th, the 2 days before, you have smart classes. And in these smart classes, if I'm not mistaken, you'll have technical training, an introduction to, so if you are looking more for a basic training on the technical aspects of Odoo, I would recommend you to go to the introduction to development. Now, if you want to have a more advanced one, you also have the advanced development with the Odoo JS framework, JavaScript framework. So these are the 2 technical trainings that we give during the Odoo experience. Also, you have colleagues of mine that are giving also very nice trainings, but which are more at the functional level. You have the Create Your Apps with Odoo Studio, so it's really related to customizing the Odoo application, and especially the Odoo Online with the Odoo Studio application. You can already go quite far, and we are doing quite a lot of projects in our Quick Start practice with the Odoo Studio. And also you have the accounting functional training to discover the new features from Odoo 11 accounting, because as you know, version 11 will be released, or I think at the Odoo experience. So the sooner you could have a technical training would be at the Odoo experience, and I think that we will resume with technical trainings after the Odoo experience, with an entirely new platform on which we are working. So I hope Etisham Faisal, it does answer also your question. I'm just gonna drink a sip of water, because it has been now 1 hour and a half, almost 1 hour and a half, that we are live together. I hope that you are enjoying this live support, and of course, please do not hesitate to leave your question in the YouTube chatter. So I have another question from El Malt, which is asking, okay, I try to get faster POS for some customer. Can you please tell if I can add Arabic? Oh, okay, so it's another question. Okay, so first, let's focus on your question related to the point of sale application. So you say, I try to get faster POS for some customers. I guess that you are speaking of the opening of the session, which should probably be faster. We can review that together. And then you are asking if you can make the start and keep the work offline. Indeed, you have an offline mode with the point of sale application. So let's as usual install the point of sale application. Let's install. And in fact, I'm not sure exactly which module is that, but you have an extra module that we added, which was designed to increase the speed when you launch the point of sale application. So if, and I'm gonna check in the list of modules, of default modules that we have, if I can find it back. Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's okay. I saw it. Yeah, so as you can see here, this is a specific module which has been designed for the POS, which is not installed by default by Odoo, but you have the module which is called post cache. Post cache, it's a way for you to keep in cache the information of the latest session that you loaded, which means that in cache you will keep all the information of the products, the prices, the customers, etc. This is good if you are not updating, of course, the product catalog. So let's say that you update every 2 weeks or every month the product catalog, then it makes sense to use this post cache, because you are not gonna, you do not need to reflect the changes that you've made in the product catalog that you have, and in that sense you can have the post cache activated. I'm just gonna check the point of sale configuration, which has a main operation here. Okay, and as you can see on the point of sale configuration, I have here the oldest cache time, so it's going to use the latest cache that was created for the latest session that you created. So for instance, and I'm just going to add the payment method just to pay in cash, for instance. So let's say that it's a cash payment method with which account could I use? 57. Perfect. Okay. These are the accounts for the Belgian chart of accounts. Of course, these are going to be different ones if you are in a different country. So I've configured my point of sale. As you can see, I activated the oldest cache time. I could unactivate it, of course. And when this is done, then I can load the session, and this is going to use the cache which was already configured. And as you can see, it was quite fast. Of course, I don't have a lot of products, but I think that now with the optimizations that we made, you can use the point of sale with really a lot of products. I'm speaking of at least 10,000 products, 100,000 products. So I think that with this optimization of the cache, you could easily quickly load the information within the point of sale. You just have to be aware that if you put into, if you apply this post cache module on the post sessions that you create, and if you update the information of the products in the product catalog, you are not going to see reflected in the post session the product. So you need to refresh the cache on the post session itself. So that's very important to take that into account. But I think that it's gonna increase the speed of loading the information within the point of sale. Your second question was, okay, but can I use the point of sale offline? Yes, you can use the point of sale offline. That's why there is a loading time at the beginning. It's because it should be considered as a front-end application in which we load all the information that we need, products, customers, prices, etc. And then, in case you are offline, and this is with this little icon here that I show on the right corner, which is the green icon, if the icon turns to red, it means that you are offline, and the system is going to save the tickets that you record within the post application within the cache of your browser, and it's going to keep those until you are connected back to the internet and connected back to the Odoo application. So it checks if you are connected or not, and if you are connected, it sends the pending tickets that you have validated. So yes, you can work with the offline mode. This is not an issue with the point of sale in Odoo. So I hope it does answer your two questions, ML Malt, for the point of sale. So loading faster the products and working offline with the point of sale. You had an extra question which was, can you please tell if I can add Arabic to the system? I guess this is related to installing an extra language. If you want to do so, you can do it via the settings. and in the settings here, in the translations, you can load a translation, and in the translation you have Arabic. So you can install Arabic, load it, and it means that any user within the database will be able to use this translation. That's very interesting because you are not, it's not mandatory for you to set a single language for the entire application. It is up to the user to decide which language he wants to use. So for instance, here as MRI, in my preferences, I can say that my language, I want to switch to Arabic. I'm not going to do that because otherwise I'm going to be stuck in my application. But it means that every user can in fact select his own language. The only requirement that I see here is that you need to go in the settings and install all the possible, load all the possible translations that the users could use. So that's very important to have all the possible languages that you want to have in the database activated. So, but yes, you can install Arabic. So I hope again that it does answer your question about Arabic. Okay, it does answer your question for the Arabic language and the point of sale. I see, I'm just going back on the question of Ryan Geldenhuis, which was asking about the currency symbol. Ryan is telling me, okay, thanks for showing me the currency symbol can be added with online enterprise, but it does not show for me on community. Okay, so if it does not show for you, Ryan, on the community version, then I would expect that to be a standard bug indeed. So then in that case, I would advise you to report this bug to our, to submit the ticket to our support team, and they are going to take a look into the issue that you have with the community version, which is of course supported in terms of bugs and so on. So please feel free to submit the ticket and report the issue that you see. I'm not going to check live if the community version has it or not, but at least in the enterprise version it's possible. So my guess would be it should be possible in the community version as well. So please feel free to submit another ticket for this. Okay, so going a bit up in the questions that I received, and I have an extra question on the post sessions from Big Machini. Hello, Big Machini. Oh, that's not an easy pseudo to use. Big Machini is asking, okay, is it possible to have two post sessions running? I'm having a problem with that. When a user is logged into one session and when the second user comes, it still says that the session is open. Well, if you want to have two post sessions running, it means that you need to create two what we call point of sale, and the point of sale you should see that as a physical place where you have a cash register with a computer or tablet with a scanner and so on. So one cash register is equal to one point of sale in Odoo. So if you want to have two concurrent sessions running, it means that you need to configure two point of sales. Let me just drink some water and then I'm going to show you how you can configure that. Okay, so if you want to have two post sessions running at the same time with two different users, it means that in the point of sale application, in addition to the main point of sale that you have, you need to create a main 2, which will be used as well as a point of sale, as a post session. By doing this, it means that you can have two sessions running. So of course here I'll launch on one side the session for my main point of sale, but I'll have, of course, to launch the other session. And if I want to launch the other session, I cannot launch it as MRI. One user can only be connected to one post session, and it means that an extra user should be added to the app, and this extra user should use the other post session. So let's have another user. No. Okay, let's call it extra user. Okay, so now that I have that, I'm gonna use the link that was sent here onto my other. I'm gonna use it here, and I'm gonna configure. I confirm. Okay, so I'm connected as the extra user that I just created, and now, as you can see, I can go in the new session, and I can launch the new session in the meanwhile. So I have two concurrent post sessions working, one with the extra user and another one with my MRI, which is the admin user of my database. Now what you can do also is that you can switch user from one session to another. So here you can change cashier. No, because I'm connected onto the other session as the extra user, I don't see here in the list the extra user available, but you can of course change cashier. But it means that for one physical cash register you need one point of sale, and for this point of sale you only have one user which is connected to this point of sale. And if you want, you can switch from one user to another, but it will only be used by one user at a time. And if you want to have two post sessions at the same time, it means that you need to configure two point of sales, and you have two users, each one connected to one of the point of sale that you configured. So that's the configuration that you should have here if you want to have your point of sale running. So I hope again it does answer your question. What was, yeah, Big Machine. So you need to have two point of sales. Okay, and I see that you have okay, you have an additional question. You are asking, is it possible to tie a particular user to a particular point of sale so that when they log in they only see their POS terminal? I think by default it's not possible, but you could easily add an extra field on the point of sale to see to say for instance that the user belongs to one point of sale, and with this field you could create what we call a record rule that would prevent the user from seeing the other point of sales for which he does not belong to. So that would be the solution, but you would have to go through customization for that. I'm not going to show here all the customization should be made because I would take too much time for that. But you would need customization to do that. Although it's not a tricky customization to do, it's a pretty simple one. Okay. So perfect. I see that you have an answer to your question, and I'm going up in the YouTube chatter. So please, of course, feel free to leave all your questions in the YouTube chatter, and we are moving on with another question from Zakaria. who's asking, please can you explain the logic of quant in Odoo and the process of its reservation? How it works, creating an inventory, delivering, stock picking, outgoing or receiving it. Okay, perfect. Well, we are going to see, we can see together what's the logic of the quants and how it works in Odoo for the reservation. So let me go back to my inventory application. So we leave the point of sale for now, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take, let's say, I'm going to take an extra product, which will be, let's say, so I configured, for instance, a book that I buy from a book reseller, and as you can see, the purchase price to this book reseller is 15 euros. Let's say that, and there is a tracking by unique serial number for this product. Let's say that the way I use real price for those products, so that will be my stock valuation method. And also it is important to mention, because we are speaking of the reservation process, is that you have in fact 3 ways of reserving products using Odoo. You have the FIFO method, which is the first in first out method, which is the most common one, I would say, usually for companies. You also have, and this is the default one, so you have, it's not necessary for you to configure anything. It's already pre-configured as a FIFO, although you can change what we call the removal strategy, or what we could call as well the reservation strategy, because this removal strategy is available here on the category. So that's why, again, the product categories, as we've seen before, are very important. Here you can force a specific removal strategy for a given set of products, because we have additional removal strategies. In addition to the FIFO one, we have the LIFO removal strategy, which is the last in first out removal strategy, and then we have the first expiry first out removal strategy. The last in first out tends not to be used that much, I think, for legal reasons as well, but the first expiry first out could be used in the food industry, for instance, when you have expiry dates on your lot numbers, because then the system will take in priority the products which expire soon, and that could be then interesting to force the removal strategy for the products to FIFO instead of using FIFO. But by default, what we use is the FIFO, so it means that the first product that came in the main warehouse and will be the first one to go out, and will be the first one to be reserved by the system. So I'll leave it as it is, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to purchase this product to the book reseller, which is my vendor for this product, and I'm going to buy the French book Comptabilité de gestion for 10 units at a price of 15. Okay, so at the price of 15, and I think that additionally to that, yes, I see why I have this problem. Yeah, I think that my taxes are included in the price, but I would definitely prefer those not to be included, and I'm gonna change that. Okay, yeah, perfect. Perfect. That's why I had this issue. So I have, so I will buy 10 units of my French book, and the unit price will be 15, and the taxes, it will be 21% over this brutto amount. So the total of my purchase order will be 181.50, and I confirm the order. So I confirm the order, and when I do this, I'll receive the goods in stock. And this is where the quants will be created. So what is a quant? In fact, a quant, it could be seen as the logistic unit that we use in Odoo to know exactly which products we have in our internal locations and which products can be reserved for a given move from one location to another. So the quants were introduced in V8, especially to improve the reservation process in Odoo, and to know exactly which products are available or not for delivery, and to reserve those products based on the removal strategy that we have set, like the FIFO strategy. So the quants will be a logistic unit that has a number of information that helps us to identify the product. So when it came in the system, what is his serial number, if he has a serial number, in which location he is right now, for which quantity, for which product, etc., etc. So we have a number of information that we put on this quant to know exactly where the products are in our internal locations. And if I check before receiving the product, how many products, how many French books I have in stock, I can go in the product list, open the French book, and here, as you can see, in the on-hand quantities, I have nothing. So if I check in the internal locations, I have nothing for the moment. So what I can do is that I'll receive this product. As you can see, it has a tracking per serial number. So I'll quickly create all the serial number for this product, or let's say that I have a partial recept for that. So I save the lot serial numbers detail, I save it, and then I validate the recept, and I can create a back order, of course, for this product, because I have only received 6 units out of the 10 that I expected, which means that now connected to my linked to my purchase order, I have 2 shipments, one which is done and another one which is the back order of the first one, because I still expect 4 units to come in stock. So that's the thing. And if I go now back in my products, as you can see, I have 6 units on hand. And indeed, in fact, when I click here on the stock on hand, what the system shows me, it's the quants that I have just received in stock. And as you can see, the quants, I have 6 quants for the 6 units that I have received, because as I told you, each quant has a number of parameters that have been set. Very important, of course, the incoming date, you have the inventory value on it, but you also have the information of the lot number. And since a lot number should have or a serial number should have an individual tracking, it has been split per serial number. So I see that I have 6 quants here that all came at the same time. As you can see, the incoming date is the same for all the quants that I have just received, and I have an inventory value of 15 for all of them, because I'm in real pricing. So now what I can do is that I can receive the extra units. So I'm gonna specify here that I've received the serial number 007, 009, 010. I save this information and I validate the recept, which means again that if I go back on my product, I have now 10 units on hand, and for each of these units I have the different quants that have been created. But as you can see, the 6 first units that I received were received at around 11:17, and the 4 remaining ones were received 1 minute or 2 minutes after. So I have different incoming dates. So it means already that the way the system is going to reserve the products for sales for delivery will depend on this incoming date, because I'll deliver first the one that first came in my stock. So let's, for the sake of the example, create another vendor, no, not a vendor, another purchase order for the same product, but at a different price, at a different price, and of course for a different quantity, and at a different time, because I'm receiving it already some minutes after the first one. So here I go on my lot detail, so I continue with my serial number. Okay, so, yeah, that's correct. I save it, and then I validate the reset. So again here, if I check the product and my stock on hand, I see that I now have 15 units of this product in stock with 15 different serial numbers, and for each of them I have different incoming dates and different inventory and a different inventory value due to the fact that I've purchased at a different price. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to sell this product to one of our customers. Let's take Siteja again, and let's say that I'm going to sell 8 units of the French book to Siteja. So I save my sales order, I confirm the sale, and I have a delivery which has been created. And as you can see, the delivery is automatically set as available. And as you can see, for the initial demand here, the initial demand, which was 8 units, 8 units were reserved. And if we want to check exactly which units have been reserved, you can go in the lot detail, because the system proposes you to take those lot numbers, because this is the logical choice that you should make, but it doesn't mean that you cannot change this choice. So you can decide to take, instead of 008, 010, 011, even if it came after in stock. So that's, in the end, that's up to you, that's up to the warehouse operator to decide if he is going to deliver the proposed lot or serial number, or if he is going to take another one. It could be true if, physically speaking, he cannot access lot serial number 001, and in the end he chooses to go for the 012, for instance. But you have the proposal here. Or another way of checking which quants were reserved for which move, you can go in the inventory, in the reporting, in the inventory valuation. And again, if you, for instance, filter the information on the French book, here on the French book, and then you can create an extra filter, which would be, does this quant is reserved from a move? And then here, as you can see, I have 8 quants that are reserved for a move. And the quants that you see here are the ones that the system proposes me to transfer. And as you can see, it first started by reserving the 6 units that I received first, and then it booked the other units that I received a bit later, which was the units that I received in my back order. So as you can see, there is the FIFO remover strategy, which is applied by default for the reservation. And then what I can do is that I can deliver the product to the customer. So I'm going to follow the system proposal, and I'm going to validate this delivery, which means that if I check again now the information, I only have 7 French books that are left in my stock for the remaining units that I have. So I think it does answer your question about quants, Zakaria. I'm just checking the chatter, the YouTube chatter, making sure that I answered Zakaria's question. Although I think this does answer his question. So okay, let's move on. Okay, so this was Zakara's question. Domonetio is asking, I have a question about multi-website. Can you help me? Well, about multi-website, this is a very advanced configuration, which I cannot show you like this, and especially also because multi-website does involve the help of a technical consultant. So I think that it's better for you to keep this question for another session with a technical consultant, because he will be able to answer, at least at a high level, how it can be implemented, because I mean, multi-website is a very complex implementation to make in Odoo. It's one of the, I would say, one of the most complicated for the website. So unfortunately, I won't be able to answer your question, Domonetio. And you are asking at the same time, menus on other domain does not show up, only on the main domain. Yeah, again, if it's about multi-website, I would advise you to redirect either that question to our support team, or by waiting for another technical session. There'll probably gonna be one technical session next week on Friday, I think. So, as you know, the live support is taking place every Friday, and so if someone cannot answer your question on one day, you can keep it for another session. So I would advise you to keep it for another technical session. I have a question from Rui Pedrosa Franco, asking, anyone knows of a way to load the demo data after a database has been installed with the feature off? You can load demo data for the point of sale. So you have a module where you can easily load. So if I go in the apps, in the list of apps, and you load the POS, you have how is it called? You have point of sale common data drinks that you can install. And this is demo data that you can use for the point of sale, but that you can also reuse for other demonstration that you would have to do for Odoo. So now if I check in the point of sale, in the products, you now have the demo data for all these products that can be used in the point of sale for a demonstration. And I think also, let me check if it installs some customers. No, not really. So it really installs the products. For the demo data that we have on the runbot, I think it's really something which is specific to our runbot platform. Okay. So I'm just catching up because we have a lot of questions here. So Darren Legor is asking, could you show us how to set up the path server? Path server in the company configuration. This is the link to the project module. So you say that in the company, yeah, I see the paths. in the company's settings. But of course I need to first activate the pad in the project application. Let me see. And I have collaborative pads. But I think that if you are on the online platform, you do not need to configure any pad server. It's going to be automatically configured by Odoo. So if I, for instance, get back to the task that I just selected, now in the description of the task, I have the pad which is activated, and I can already share the link to the pad. So when you are using the online app, you do not need to set any pad server. Now, if you need to set a specific pad server, again, I would advise you to probably, if you need some help on that, to submit a ticket for the pad server configuration. Okay, I have another question from Jerick John Carillo, asking how can I assign a user to a certain warehouse and that user only can see the warehouse that is assigned to him or her? How can I limit a user to his or her warehouse and she can only see the products or another operation on his or her warehouse? That's a good question, Jerick. In fact, this is something that you cannot do in standard. We do not have that type of access rights that enables you to limit a given user to a given warehouse. But this is possible to achieve, and it's a bit similar to the first to the question that I had earlier on the point of sale and the idea of adding a limitation on the point of sale itself for the user, so that the user can only see the point of sale to which he is allowed. In that case, the solution would be almost the same. It would be to define on the warehouse itself which users can access this warehouse. So you would have a field with the allowed users, and then based on that you can create record rules to make sure that the user only sees the operation types in the dashboard from this warehouse, only sees the operation that takes place in those operation types, etc., etc. So you would need to make some customization of your database by adding first the allowed users on the warehouse itself, and then by creating some record rules directly by making those record rules true, maybe adding a new profile in the access rights group for the warehouse, to have an access rights group that says, okay, you can only see the warehouses for which you are allowed. That would be an extra group that you would have to create. So but that would be the solution. Again, that's not something I'm going to show right now. That's the solution. But if you want to see a demonstration of that, probably you should keep that question for our next technical live support, because this is something that a technical consultant can do easily on the spot. So that's the way to go. That's the way to go. You need to make some customization. I didn't see the extra question of Zakaria on the quant, and he's asking the delivered quant are deleted. A quant is never deleted. It always goes from one location to another. So, for instance, so the quants that I delivered are still in the system. If I go in the inventory app, in the inventory evaluation, I'll look for the French book, and you see here I see the 7 quants that are left in my stock, but I just see those quants because I have a filter here on top, which is a filter on the internal location. If I remove this filter, now I see all the quants that have been created one day in the system, and I can, for instance, group by location. And as you can see, I also see the quants that have been sent to a partner location, to a customer location. So the quants are still there. It's just that they have been moved to a partner location, which is not considered as an internal location, and for that reason, it does not appear by default in the inventory valuation list view that you have. So, so I would say yes. Here you can track the quants where they are, and this is very important because if you go in the inventory control on the lots serial number, you still want to track where lot 001 is, and currently lot 001 is at the partner location customer. So that's why we keep the information of the quants even if it is sent to a customer or to, let's say, a virtual location such as production location, so that you can track where the serial number and the quant was sent in the end. And especially if you have a return of this product, you will return the quant to your location, and the quant will continue to have an history and different stock moves. So it's important to keep that. So yes, delivered quants are not deleted, they are still in the system. Another question from Don. With the post-closing, where to enter closing cash balance if not using cash control? I want to put lump sum cash and not individual items, otherwise okay. Don, I'm not sure to understand your question. At least if you want to have a cash control, you need to activate the cash control on the point of sale. And this is, for me, in my opinion, the only way for you to have a closing cash balance. This, in my opinion, yeah. Although, of course, if you are not using the cash control, the system will automatically record the right accounting entries with the cash entries, etc., etc. But if you want to have control over what is left, if you have a discrepancy between what you physically have in your cash register and what Odoo shows you at the post-closing, it's important to activate the cash control. But it's important. It's important to activate that if you want to have this level of control on the physical cash that you have in your cash register. I'm not sure it answers your question, but the way I understand it, I think yes, you need to activate the cash control. So Vishal is asking how to create our own team. I guess that you are speaking of the website team. There is a very good documentation again. This is more technical, of course, but I'm going to show you where the documentation is, and you can create teams by doing this. So if I go on odoo.com, you go in the docs. Here you need to go in the developer docs. And as you can see here in the two tutorials, you have the team tutorial, which is a very good explanation for you of how to create a team for Odoo for the website, and you have a complete explanation of how you can build it and what are the main things you need to do to create a team. And then of course you can sell this team or share this team with the community, either by sharing it on GitHub or either by selling it on the Odoo App Store. So here in the documentation you have a really good how-to on how to build a team for the website. So I would advise you to take a look at this page to learn how to do that, or otherwise participate in one of the technical trainings that we are going to have and that we talked about earlier. Another question, and I'm just checking a bit further down the road if I answered all questions. Yes, so Zakaria, I answered your question. Perfect. I have a question from Reddy Manohar, who's asking how to customize a new report for any module. I'm in need of customizing new reports in Odoo 10, but I'm new to Odoo, so can you please help me out to create my own custom reports to any module? So already you have first a possibility to customize with predefined theme starting from SAS 14, if I'm not mistaken, the reports that you send to the customer. And this is, for instance, if I take the report for the sales order and I print it for the first time, Odoo is going to ask me whether I want to print this report using a specific template or not. So you can see that you can apply different templates on the reports that you have, and this is a template that is going to be used directly on the report. So for instance, here I'm going to select this one, for instance, and every report that I have in Odoo is going to be generated using this template that I chose. Template that you can change afterwards directly on the company settings. So that's the first way that you can customize the reports in Odoo. And now if you want to go deeper in the customization, such as displaying new fields that comes from the sales order or the sales order lines, or that comes from an invoice, etc., or if you want to change the way your logo is displayed, the way the information is set, then you need to enter into more technical changes. And if you want to do that, you need to have technical knowledge. For the moment, it's not possible, unfortunately, to change the reports with Odoo Studio, which is, of course, the easiest way for you to customize your online database. But you still need to go in the technical settings. So in my opinion, if you want to have extra information on how to customize technically speaking the report, my advice would be to either wait for another live support, technical live support, or check in technical training that we organize very soon. So yes, that's all I can tell for the moment. Hello Jim. So Jim Tambling is asking, how can I stop normally user from refunding products through POS? What do you mean? Jim, could you a bit elaborate on the question you have for the point of sale and the refunding products? Because I'm not sure to clearly understand your question. So could you elaborate a bit much in the chatter, and I'll go back to your question a bit later on. So, other question. Mazengels Baudry is asking, hi team, hi Mazengels. I configured many societies related to each other, but none of them can see the PDF point of sale report. The PDF is empty. What's wrong? Okay. I think in which version are you, Mazengel? Because I would need to know in which version you are to test the problem that you are currently having. But also the question would be, all your different companies are related to each other. Do you have a parent-children relationship between the companies? That's the first question. Or are they independent to each other? Which information has been already created with the point of sale? Is the point of sale in one company? So I would need more information if you want me to take a look into it. But please feel free to to add extra information, Mazangel, directly in the chatter. So your version and the different steps that I need to reproduce the issue. In the meanwhile, Yogesh, I see that okay, yes. So Yogesh, you are giving an answer to the PAT server. Thank you very much. Okay. So, okay, I'm just looking. Okay, so I see that Hassan is back. Hello again, Hassan. Is there any advance payment system? And for customers, customer will pay in advance some amount and will be adjusted with sales. For suppliers, company will pay some amount in advance. Yeah. So for suppliers, we don't have an advance payment system as it is designed in the sales app. But you could think of registering advance payment as payments in the accounting application that are pending to be reconciled with a future invoice. So that could be a good solution. So what you could do is that you can say, okay, if you go here in purchase and you say I create a payment, you can say that you are going to send money to one of your vendor, let's say to the book reseller, because we purchased a lot to the book reseller, and we can say that we are going to pay him in advance 200 euros. Okay, and you can put in the memo that it's an advance payment. So that would be one way of doing this. It's to record the advance payment as a payment in the accounting application, confirming the payment to your supplier, and you already have an accounting entry which is generated from your vendor account to your bank account. So that would be a solution, and this payment is pending a reconciliation with the purchase invoices that you have with this vendor. So if I go in the vendor bills list view, I did not generate the vendor bill. So let me generate a vendor bill for the book reseller. So I go in purchase, I go here with book reseller. Let's add the two PO that I had with this reseller, and I validate the invoice. And as you can see, when I validate the invoice, so of course after you've paid the advance payment, the system automatically tells me you have outstanding debits. So if you have outstanding debits, it shows you, for instance, that you had an advance payment for the supplier, and you can reconcile this advance payment with the vendor bill that you just generated. This is one way of doing things. Of course, if you need to have a more advanced payment, if you need to have more advanced configuration for advanced payments, especially if you need to generate an invoice in the accounting for the advanced payment, you would have a lot of manual operations to do within the system. Whereas at the level of the sales app, there is a system that enables you to record advance payments. So let's sell again to Siteja the French book again for, let's say, 4 units. I save the sales order, I confirm the sale, and as you can see here, I can already create an invoice, but for a down payment. So I can say I ask for 20% down payment to the customer, and it automatically generates an invoice for the advance payment. And what you can do, I didn't do that right now, but you can configure a specific product for the advance payment, and it means that the accounting entries that will be generated in a different account than, for instance, the income account. So this could be a possibility. You might want to temporarily put the amount that you've received from your customer into an intermediary account. which is not your income account that you usually use for regular invoices to the customer. So that could be a possibility for you to change the account that you don't have with the solution that I just showed before for the advance payment in the purchase application. And here, of course, I will register a payment. For instance, the paid cash, the 52 euros that I have as advance payment. And as you can see, when I do this, automatically in my sales order, I have an extra sales order line which is added. And it tells me that I have an advance payment to be deducted from my next invoice of 52 euros. So I can create the invoice. And here I'll select the option invoiceable lines, deduct down payment. So it will take the lines that can be already invoiced. I see that all the lines that I have here in the sales order can be invoiced because they can be invoiced on ordered quantities and not on delivered quantities. The delivery order is not necessary at the moment. And I will deduct the down payment that I have in my sales order. So I can click create and view invoice. And as you can see, it deducts the 52 euros that the customer already paid in advance, and I have my final invoice here. So Hassan, indeed, you can record advance payment for the sales application. You can also find a workaround which is quite easy, I think, for the purchase bills, for the vendor bills, but of course in that case you won't be able to create a specific invoice for that. You won't be able to create a specific invoice for that, and you are not going to be able to redirect the accounting entry to an intermediary account that would be used. I know that, for instance, in Spain, it's mandatory to have an intermediary account to track first all the advance payments that you have. And of course put it in an intermediary account, because you don't want to recognize this as an income at first. Okay, so Hassan, I hope it helps you, and I think that Jim now gets back to me with his question. So let's get back to Jim's question. So a normal user should not be able to do a minus transaction, only a manager should be able to do this. At the moment, any user can do a minus transaction or a refund in the point of sale, because we were talking of the point of sale. So Jim, yes, you are right. For the moment, it's possible for any user. I mean, you are right, Jim. For the moment, any user, even the lowest level of user in Odoo, can make a minus transaction in the point of sale or a refund. We do not have limitations on that. If you want to add extra limitations, again, that would be related to record rules, although those record rules would be a bit more complicated to implement in the point of sale application, because we speak of a front end application. So this would be development, clearly, with extra access rights in the point of sale and extra security measures. But for the moment, it's true, we do not have that kind of limitation for the regular users. If you need that, I don't know if you are a partner, but if you need that, you will have to develop something in order to take that into account. Okay. I hope it answers the question you have, Jim. So now let's switch to another one. Okay. Okay. So Zakaria is asking, can you demonstrate the dropshipping process from making sale with customer to generating procurement order that should create the purchase order? Yes, we can do that. So the drop shipping process is pretty easy to configure. I think you can configure it through the sales app. Let me check. Or maybe no, it's in. Okay, I will already configure that, but maybe the drop shipping should be activated then in the inventory app. So what I just activated here in the sales app, it's the possibility to select another route on the sales order line, which is different from the route that you have on the product. This is interesting if you want to. So if you have a standard route that you use to apply a lot for the product, but if for one reason or another in the sales order you want to, for instance, deliver the product faster to the customer, you could, for instance, say, okay, I'm gonna say that this product this time I'm gonna transfer it using a dropshipping route, for instance. For the dropshipping route, I'm gonna see if it's available in the inventory app. Or is it already configured? Let me check. And no, I don't have a dropshipping route. Let me see, because we changed the settings recently, and I have to find my way back to the dropshipping setting. It should be somewhere. If it's not here, it should be. Yes. Okay, maybe it's in the purchase app. Let me check. Yeah, it's in the purchase app. So the setting for dropshipping is in the purchase app. So I went to purchases, configuration, logistics, and dropshipping. If you click on this option, it will automatically configure a dropshipping route, which is available to be used and ready to be used pretty easily. So if I go back in the inventory app, if I go in my list of routes, you can see that I have a dropshipping route which has been activated. And as you can see, it's a buy method that goes from a partner location to the location of my supplier, and the operation type is dropship. So this is the by default route that I have, and now all I have to do is that I need to go in the quotation. I'll create another quotation for Site Asia, and but I'm gonna sell again a French book for 1 unit. But here, as you can see, I added the option to select an extra route on the sales on the line. So I'm gonna bypass somehow the route that I've configured on the French book, and I'm going to go for the dropshipping route instead, knowing that it's important when you work in dropshipping to configure the vendor information, of course, because if you don't have the vendor information, you will end up with a procurement which has no vendor, which says that he has found no vendor to apply on the rule. So I confirm the sale, and when I do this, I have to go in the purchases app, and in the purchases app, as you can see, I have a purchase order number 10 that has been automatically generated via the source document SO6, and of course it's going to be delivered through dropship, and it automatically specified the dropship address, which is the address of the customer that I set on my sales order. So I can confirm this order, and as you can see, in the shipment, it's in a specific operation type, the dropship operation type. It comes from the book reseller, from the partner location vendor, and it goes directly to customer. So this is a product that is not going to go through our main warehouse. It's going to go directly from the supplier to the customer, which is of course the principle of the drop shipping. But you can have the two documents that you need in Odoo, which are the sales order, of course, on one side for the customer, and on the other side, the purchase order with this that you have to address to your supplier, to your vendor. And in the delivery here, you have again the dropshipping one, which is link, and you can, of course, communicate directly from this operation type to your supplier to know exactly what is the status of the operation and validate when the vendor confirms that the customer has been delivered. So that's I think that's pretty easy to understand and pretty easy to configure, since the route is already configured, and you just have to think about the vendor on the product. Okay, so that was Zachariah's question on the dropshipping route. So I think that the demonstration is okay. Hassan says that the payment workaround works perfect, and I see that Jim says that he's going to get back to his developer for the function of the point of sale. This should be a basic function. It's true, this is something that is asked quite a lot, so I'm going to report that to our usability team to see if it can be integrated in the next version. Although I think it's not going to be integrated in V11 because we are currently closing all the features that we are going to put in V11. But I'm going to report that for the warehouse and the limitation per user. Okay, so we have half an hour left. So let's try to answer all the questions. Otherwise, you have to know that this afternoon, I think starting from 1:30 or 2 p.m., there will be CET. There will be another live support session with other functional colleagues. So if all the questions are not answered, you can come back this afternoon, and my colleagues will certainly answer those. But let's try to go over all the questions right now. So I see Zachariah had an extra question, and if the sale ID is propagated between object from sale to procurement to purchase. I think the sale ID, so you mean the connection between the delivery order and the sales order. If this same connection exists between the receipt and the sale order, or probably the purchase order and the sale order. I don't think that this relation is maintained. If you want to find back, for instance, which purchase orders were generated via dropshipping and from this sales order, you'll have to go through the procurements and the stock moves, more specifically the stock moves, because the stock moves are connected between each other. You have the next stock move ID and the previous stock move ID, some fields like this that helps you to track from which stock moves it comes from and from which stock moves it was generated. So you'll have to probably create computed field to gather the information of the purchase orders that are related to a sales order, or the other way around, to gather the information of the sales order that are related to a given purchase order. So this is going to ask you some development, although by default, as you saw probably on the purchase order that is generated, we have the information of the origin document. Let's not forget that. You have SO number 6, which is added as a source document. It's just that it's not a dynamic field. It's a char field with the information, the information as such. It's not a direct link like here when I would go on the vendor, but there is a possibility to find this information back, but you would have to create probably computed field. Okay, so that was Zacharia's last question. Okay. Saiteja is asking again, is there any chance that I can use timesheet for attendance login and logouts? I think between attendance and timesheets you do not have the connection, but you could think of creating automatically a timesheet when the user logs out and the attendance is over. So you could think of connecting the attendance to the timesheet, indeed. Ahmed Al-Mashrafi is asking, is this a point-of-sale software? I guess that you were asking that when we were in the point-of-sale application. So on the point-of-sale application, yes, it's a point-of-sale software by itself. You can use it either for a regular shop with, I would say, regular sales, or you can also use it for a restaurant, because you have the restaurant option here, which enables you to have an handling of you can do some table management, have some bill printing for the chef, for the preparation of the dishes and so on. So indeed, it's a point-of-sale software which can be used either as a regular point-of-sale or as a point-of-sale for restaurant. And then, of course, Odoo is more than just the point-of-sale application. Odoo is a comprehensive set of business apps, and as you can see, we already have a lot of them here on the screen, but you have much more applications available directly on our online platform. And the advantage of those applications is that they are interconnected, and the flow goes from one location to another. So this is not only about the point-of-sale software. This is one of the applications that we have, but we have many more. And I see that Jerick is saying, also, I'm having trouble understanding the query made on record rule and access rights. This is very technical, Jerick, so I would advise you to check that with during a technical live support, or doing it through a technical training to have an answer to your question. So I would advise you to go through those channels. I have Hassan asking another question. This is HR related. Is there any way to do attendance plan for employees? Like a firm runs for 24 hours, they manage roster for employee work schedule. A roster says at what time which employee will work, on which day will employee will be on leave. Is it possible? I don't think you have such a plan in the attendance application. The attendance application is really to track and to be able to scan, for instance, the entrance or the entrance of a user into your company and when he leaves the company. So it's really to track this time, but there is no specific connection to the working schedule, because we have, and I'm going to install the HR application, but we have what we call you have I'm gonna install also leave management. So on the employee, you can set what we call the working agenda of the employee, and on this agenda you can specify when he's supposed to work, on which day of the week, and for how long, etc., etc. So if I go, I think here you can see working hours, and you can define the working hours of your employee. And then you can also relate to that. You can relate to that the leaves that the employee is going to take. But there is no specific connection between, at least at the moment, between the working hours that you have on one side on the employee and the leaves that you have on the other side. This connection does not exist with the attendance, because I guess that your idea behind that, you want to make sure that, and you want to have warnings that the user or the employee did not come on time at work when he was supposed to be there. So that's a good question, but again, that would be something that you would have to develop for your customer. Jerick is asking, can you do the process of limiting a user to a certain warehouse? Thank you in advance. This is not a standard configuration. So as I explained, I think it was to Jim. This is something that you have to do through customization. And again, if you want to have customization during the live support, it's better to ask for customizations when there is a technical consultant available that will show you exactly how this should be done. Muhammad Salman Ali Khan is asking, is this V11? No, this is SAS 15. But SAS 15 is getting very close to what we will have in V11, because as you know, we have our main releases. So for the moment, the main release is the version 10, which is available on site with an enterprise contract. And then if you are on the online platform, the idea is that every 2 months, every 3 months, we add new features that in the end will be integrated in the V11 version, in the next release, in the next enterprise release that we will have. So the next one will be V11. So what you see here, it's possible that you have additional features that you do not have in V10, but they are already available on the online platform. And all these features will be integrated into V11, which will be released, of course, very soon. So everything that you see here will be available very soon. But this is not V11 yet. This is SAS 15, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the third version. The third version after V10. So, getting back to the questions, Tahir is asking how to process periodic inventory valuation. Okay, so the idea is that when you are with periodic, so let me show you where this setting is. It's in the product categories. You're going to specify whether you are with an inventory valuation which is periodic or perpetual. What is the difference between the two inventory valuations? If you decide to work with a periodic valuation, it means that the valuation of your inventory in your books, in your chart of accounts, in the accounting application, will be manually reflected. And usually when you use the inventory valuation with a periodic setting, it means that usually you do an inventory every year, for instance, and you adjust the stock valuation of this inventory in your books manually by writing an accounting journal entry for this adjustment. So that would be the way for you to adapt the value that you have in your stock valuation account. Now, if you want to use the inventory valuation perpetual, which is called automated, this is different. It means that every move that you're going to make, every transfer that you make in the inventory towards a customer or coming from coming from a supplier or towards a production location will impact the stock valuation account of a given product, because we will record, Odoo will automatically record accounting entries in parallel to the transfers that you make in the inventory. So you automate somehow the changes that you have in the stock valuation account. This is the main idea behind the automated and perpetual inventory valuation, is that it's a real-time valuation in your books based on the transfers that you make in the inventory. So the periodic one, basically, if you want to handle this, you have to create manual journal entries to adjust the value of the stock valuation account that you have in your books, or if you have more than one, to adjust the different stock valuation accounts that you have in the books. Usually this is an operation for most companies that is done every year. And I would say that, just to finish on this topic, that periodic inventory valuation is something that is more used for continental accounting, whereas perpetual inventory valuation, the automated one, will be used more with Anglo-Saxon accounting in the UK or in the United States, the USA, or even South America, because they use part of the Anglo-Saxon accounting for some countries at least. I don't know all the countries, so I'm not gonna release this statement as a true statement for all countries in South America. So this is it about periodic inventory valuation. Muhammad is asking, is there any module for marketplace in V10 or V8? I don't know exactly what you mean by marketplace. You mean website? Because for the website you have, of course, the e-commerce application, which is available here, and you can install easily the e-commerce application using this app, and you'll have a marketplace to market your product on the internet. But I'm not sure that's what you mean by saying, is there any module for marketplace? So please elaborate a bit more your question so that I can better answer the question. Avinash is asking, can we connect a post order to the manufacturing? Yes, you could connect a post order to manufacturing. That would be probably a bit the same way that we saw earlier during the live support, that as soon as you need to produce a given product that you sell through the point of sale, you'll generate automatically a manufacturing order behind, and you can create a route to do that. Although I'm not sure it does makes a lot of sense, because the point of sale is supposed to be an application where you do instant selling, and you generally do not have a manufacturing process behind, although in your situation you might need to have this manufacturing. But anyway, you would have to indeed create a route that would automatically create the manufacturing order, which comes behind the post order that you just generated. But yeah, it's a possibility. So Jim is laughing, probably a while ago. Joshua is asking, I have a 24-hour shift in my company. Can Odoo cover it in working time? Yes, we can cover a 24-hour shift at your company. It's just that you will have to split that into three different working times. One for the night, morning, another one for morning, afternoon, another one for afternoon, evening, for instance. So you'll have to divide the working time into three different pieces. But yes, it's possible. And Avinash is asking, create a manufacturing order from sales only if the product is at minimum quantity. How to set up this? So this is about the reordering rules, and if you want to make sure that when the product is not available anymore in your stock, you produce the missing units, you can configure reordering rules. So for instance here, what I can do, I'm going to take another product that I have. Let's say I'm going to take maybe the chassis again. Okay, so the chassis is already configured, as you know, with the right bill of material. What I need to do additionally to that is that I need to add a reordering rule and say, okay, if in WH stock I don't have enough units, I'm going to reorder. I could create a 0-0 rule that says, okay, as soon as I have I need a product, I'll generate a manufacturing order. But what I can do, for instance, to be sure, because I don't know exactly at what level is my virtual quantity, I can say that my minimum quantity is 50, and now that I have that, let me check the forecasted information. So I only have 2 in terms of forecasted unit. So because I'm below the limit that I have set, the system should automatically generate a manufacturing order. So now that I have my reordering rule, I just go in the inventory app, and there I'm gonna run reordering rules. And if I do that, normally the system will automatically create a procurement for this product. Let me check. Yes, so as you can see, it automatically generated procurement for 48 units, because these are the missing units that I have. So I have 2 forecasted units in stock, but I've set a reordering rule of 50. So it tells me, okay, you have to produce 48 units of chassis so that you have enough units to sell to your customers. And if you check here, in the consumed, in the manufacturing order, it is automatically generated, and you see that the source document is the number of the reordering rule that you just generated. So yes, you can do that. As you can see, you can add a reordering rule so that you generate automatically the manufacturing order if you have missing units in stock. So this is, I think, pretty easy to configure. Okay, so I see that Oyson is asking, please, how to use the barcode module. So maybe I'll probably finish with that. I'll see, but that's a topic that I prepared for today. And as you can see, I brought my little scanner with me. So what are the important settings that you need to put into place if you want to use the barcode scanner in Odoo? Well, the first thing that you need to do is that you need to go in the sales app, and within the product list, you will automatically configure some products. So for instance, here, well, let's take back my French book, and as you can see, I've set a barcode on the French book that I just have here. By the way, this is the French book that is going to be used, and as you can see, there is a barcode on the book, and this is the barcode that I'm going to use. So I just scanned the barcode from the book that I put directly on the product itself. And then when this is done, I need also to configure on the locations, in the inventory application, which barcodes I'm going to use for each location. So I've created a small hierarchy of locations in my warehouse where I specify the sub-location of stock. So I have rack number 1, rack number 2, rack number 3, and for rack number 1, the barcode is rack 1. And I printed for the demonstration some barcodes for the location. So as you can see here, I have a sheet with the different barcodes with the different locations that I'm going to use when I receive the products, because I want to allocate the products that I receive to different locations and the serial numbers to different locations. So these are two important things that you need to configure. Also in the settings of the inventory, you need to activate the barcode scanner, which means that the barcode scanner app is added in your app launcher. And then something that is interesting, I think, for you to know is that within the planner you have the barcode planner, and if you go in the delivery orders use case, you have a document that you can print that shows you that shows you different barcodes that can be used with the barcode scanner within the Odoo application to trigger some actions that you usually do with the mouse, so such as saving, editing, validating, printing the information. So you can use that. You also have, for instance, the put in pack option to put in pack the product. So you have a lot of possibilities here. When this is done, of course, the purchase department does the regular purchase order to the supplier. He orders, let's say, French book, and let's say 3 units of French book to the supplier. They confirm the order, and we have a shipment which is automatically created, and this is this operation that is going to be used for receiving the products in stock. As you can see, if I print the picking operations here, the report that we have a barcode on the top right of the report, which shows you, which in fact translates the name of the report into this barcode here. And you can print, for instance, this operation and give it to the warehouse operator so that he has a summary of what he needs to do to receive the products in stock. And when he is with this barcode scanner, he can go directly in the barcode app and scan, for instance, the barcode that I just showed you with the number of the operation. That's one way of doing it. Unfortunately, I cannot print it directly here, but what I'm going to do is that I'm going to find back in my recepts the recept that has just been creating for the book reseller, and now I'm in the barcode app. So what I'm going to do first is that I'm gonna scan the product, because this is the first operation. So as a warehouse operator, I take the book that I have and I scan the barcode of the product. Since it is a product with a tracking by serial number, it automatically opens the lot number details, and then it is time for me to, for instance, scan the serial numbers that my supplier has set on the product. So let's say that I scan a first serial number, which is number 18, then I scan another serial number, which is 19, and then I save this information, and as you can see, I've entered the information of 2 serial numbers for the 3 units that I was expecting in stock. Now what I should do is that I should now say in which sub-location I'm going to put those products. So if I take the sub-locations that I configured, I can, for instance, say that I'm going to put this product in rack number 2. And as soon as I do that, as you can see, the system automatically splits my recept into 2. So not my recept, but my operation. So it puts the 2 units that I have received into rack number 2, and now I have to start again the operation to put my last serial number into another location. I have to scan again the product, the French book, the barcode of the French book. Then I'll scan an extra lot number. Let me find another one which is not used because they are unique. I scan it, and then when this is done, again I save it, and I can put it in rack number 3, for instance. So as you can see, I've scanned all my locations, and then when this is done, you can use the action barcode to validate, for instance, the recept. And I've received, by doing this, I've received the products in stock. So that's the process. When you receive products, you need to first scan the barcode of the product, scan the lot or serial numbers, and when you have all the information, you scan the destination location, and so on. And you go on and on and on, following the same process. So that's the way to go for a recept. What you can do as well is that when you are in the quotations and you have a sale that needs to be made let's say I'm going to sell the French book again, 2 units. Yes. 2 units. I confirm the sale. It will be automatically reserved. Okay. Now I'm going to go back in the barcode app, in the operations, in the delivery orders, and the latest is available, and I'm going to transfer it. So again, I'm going to scan. I'm going to scan the barcode of my product. It automatically opens the lot and serial number that I have in stock. As you can see, I have a proposal to take number 14 and number 15, but since I've received number 20, I'm going to, for instance, say that I'm going to send number 20 to the customer. And what I can additionally do is that I can use the action button, which is the put in pack option, to put in a pack this line. So I just scanned the put in pack option, and it enabled me to put this serial number into a pack, and then I can reopen the last product that I need to move, and I'm going to send the number 19. So if I do with number 19, then with number 19, and then I'm going to save this information, and I'm going to put it in a pack again. So I have 2 packs which were created, and I'm going to validate this delivery to the customer. So as you can see, you can do a lot of operations using the barcode scanner and the barcode app in Odoo. But unfortunately, I don't have much time left to present you that. So I see that we still have some questions left. My advice for you is to come back this afternoon, because we have other sessions with my functional colleagues. It was a pleasure for me to answer all your questions, and stay tuned and come back this afternoon with my colleagues. Bye-bye.
So, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a good live support session this morning. So we are back. My name is Anthony, and so for the next hour and a half I will be answering all your questions. Then one of my colleagues will answer the rest of the questions. So yeah, I can see that some of you had some unanswered questions. So yeah, if you can just post them back, and we'll start right away. I'll go back also in time. Okay. So yeah, Jerick is here. I will. Yes, sir. In post I need to display product with image scanner. I don't know if this question was answered. Okay, here we have a question from Alexandru. So you have an error when you are validating a constraint. The restricted operation cannot be complete because of security restrictions. So that's typically an issue related to access rights. So you know that in Odoo we allow different user different access. Okay. So here I would need to know a bit more about your user configuration, and sometimes it's a very simple issue. One very common mistake that happens is that on I will switch to developer mode to show you this, but on the user profile, a lot of people tick a box that is restricted for external user, which is the portal access right. So when you are an internal user, so it means that you can perform some actions in the system, so you should never have those rights, portal and public, ticked. The reason is that the portal will only allow them to see things in the system from the portal management of Odoo. An internal user cannot create or see anything if he has the portal rights and is also having other rights like those. I don't know if this answers your question, Alexandru. I believe if this is more complicated than that we will need to investigate. Okay, in this case it's probably specific to your database. Do you have some customization? What type of configuration did you make? That's all kind of investigation we need to do in order to help you. Okay, so if you've created a group, I'm afraid I won't be able to debug this here, but you can go on our page, on our support page, and you can provide us all kind of information about your issue, where on which database it happens, and one of my colleagues who is doing support will help you to solve that issue. Okay. So we have a question now from Jerick, who is asking if he can limit a user from a certain warehouse. How can he do it? So this is some customization on the access right. So we stay on that access right topic. This is customization. So we would need to find a way to to allow some user to specific warehouses. There is no default configuration to do this, but we have an example, or at least something similar to this, which is the multi-company environment. So you probably know how to allow some user to some of the company of the database. It is to define here on the user form which company it can have access to. Behind this, we have what we call the record rules. So it's some rules to restrict the user to what is created for the company is currently working in. So we could imagine customizing the user form to add a section like this with allowed warehouses, and the user could only see what is in this warehouse. So that's some advanced customization. If you have some if you have some knowledge about how to do your self-access right, probably the best advice I can give you is to try to replicate the logic of the multi-company environment. Okay. So Avinash is having a question. When we are going to sell a product, I guess the product is configured as a manufacturing product and the make to order. So we want a manufacturing order created, and we want the manufacturing order created directly without looking at the stock. So the make to order is a pretty straightforward option that that won't check if you have some availabilities in the system. What is needed is creating the MRP order only when the product is at minimum quantity. So yeah, here I think there is maybe a misunderstanding between the reordering rules and the make to order feature. Okay, so let me show you by configuring a product. I will do it from the inventory module. Okay, so what I will do is create two products. Let's imagine a product that is make to order. I don't know, let's say a custom laptop. Okay, we want this product as stockable. Okay, so we can manage stock on that product. It's something we'll manufacture, and we want this one to be make to order. So it means that normally we should never have stock of this product. I will save that and create a random bill of materials. So don't look if it's realistic or not. At least we have a basic computer and a little server. So that's for the product which is configured as a make to order, as a make to order and manufacturing product. And we will have something we want make to stock. So let's call I don't know, Apple tablet. Okay, this one we need to manufacture it, but we know it's something that sells very well. So we want to be able to deliver the customer very quickly. So we want to keep some stock of it. We'll keep it as stockable. It will still be a manufacturer product, but it won't be a make to order. It will be a product configured with a reordering rule. So what these rules will tell us, it will define the quantity we will have to replenish in order to maintain some stock in the warehouse. So we will use two main information. The minimum quantity. The minimum quantity will be the quantity that will trigger the resupply of the stock, so in this case a manufacturing order. So we want to have no less than 10 units in the stock, but we want no more than 50 in stock. Okay. What Odoo will check is, based on this configuration, if our forecasted quantity here is below, above, or equal to the minimum. Okay. The forecasted quantity is equal to the quantity we have in stock minus everything that is confirmed to be leaving in the future the stock, plus everything that is confirmed to arrive in stock. Here we can see that the forecasted quantity is below 10. Now let's sell those two products, and you will see the different behavior in the sales. So let's create a quote for our favorite customer, Agrolais. We have the custom laptop. Okay. We will add now the iPad. No, it was the Apple tablet, I believe. Yeah, exactly. Oop. Apple tablet. Okay. Here you see the difference is that for the first product we didn't get this message, this warning on the stock, while on the Apple tablet we received the message, because with a reordering rule Odoo will always look at the stock we have and decide if we have enough to make the sale. Okay, so here clearly we don't have enough. If I confirm, okay, so as usual I have the delivery order created, but what is important for us is the behavior in the manufacturing module. You can see that the custom laptop is the manufacturing order for the custom laptop has been directly generated. Okay, there is a clear link between the number of the sell order and the manufacturing order. Okay, and we've sold one custom laptop, we need to produce one. Okay, but we can't see any manufacturing orders for the Apple tablet, but we don't have stock for it. It's because when you are using reordering rules, Odoo need to recalculate the stock and generate some procurement based on the stock position. So normally, if I update my my product quantity, you can see that we have a forecasted quantity of -1. Indeed, we have a stock of 0. We are selling one unit, and for the moment we won't receive any product. So 0 minus 1 is a forecasted quantity of -1. This is not acceptable based on the minimum and maximum quantity we've defined. Okay, so you can already anticipate the quantity that you will replenish. It will be the difference between the maximum and the forecasted quantity. Here we have 50 as a maximum, minus -1, so actually it will be 51 that we will replenish in stock. To trigger the creation of the manufacturing order, you can run the scheduler. You have, when you are in developer mode, a second menu which allows you to run only the reordering rules. For our example, both will do the same action. Okay, so now if I go back to my manufacturing order and I refresh, wait, I'm just checking. We have, oh, okay, I forgot the bill of materials. So we're expecting a manufacturing order generated, but we didn't put a bill of materials. So that's one of the three information that was missing. If you're not sure why something is not being created, you can check in the procurement exception, and here you can see that we have an exception for the Apple tablet. In the chatter, Odoo gives you the information why the procurement was not generated, so now it's become easy to fix it. And sorry, wrong menu. On the bill of material, we will create the bill of material, and funny thing, it's composed of an iPad mini and a mouse. Okay, so now I can save, and directly from the procurement I can run it. So you can see now that it is running, and if I refresh the page, now we have the 51 the production for the 51 Apple tablets that are created. So if I come back, come back to your question. Now you can see that you have a difference between a manufacturing order and reordering rule. So depending on the characteristic of your product, is it something you need to say very often, or is it something you don't want to keep in stock, for instance, because it is very big and it's too expensive to keep this in the warehouse? You can choose on the product a rule. Okay. So Aminash, I hope this answers your question. I saw that yeah, I hope this answers your question. I saw that you had also another question. So you asked me, is it possible to create a manufacturing order from the POS? It's a different, slightly different topic, because you are talking about the POS, and we assume that there is always availability on the point of sale. Just to advise you on this configuration, I suggest you to always use the reordering rule when you are working with the POS and you need to replenish your stock. The make to order with the POS will be more complicated, because the make to order assume you don't have the product, but you can by using the POS you are supposed to have the product. So yeah, you should use a reordering rule, and then if your stock position are below the minimum, the schedulers will create the manufacturing order. Now let me go back a bit further. The question from Mohsen. You have installed the last version of Postbox on Raspberry Pi with Odoo 10 Postbox. Postbox won't show point of sale item. Is it because of Odoo version? Unfortunately, Mohsen, I'm not familiar with those version of the Postbox. I'm not even sure what you mean by Postbox won't show point of sale items. What I can tell you from my knowledge of the Postbox is that all you have to do is take the point of sale in the settings. Normally, if you can, is it configured? Yeah. Normally, all you should have to do is get the IP address of the Postbox, and then the Postbox should load all the product and information needed to have the POS working, and it should work. That's at least the way we configure the Postbox on online version of Odoo, and it's as simple as that. So if you have more information or more details about this question, feel free to ask them. I will see if I can answer them. Otherwise, I will be glad to redirect you to our support service, so you can be in discussion with a more technical person. Will be able to answer this issue. Just checking if in the meantime Mohsen has added details. No. Okay, one question from Abdelmajid. What is the equivalent of to Java Bean? I mean, I want to use an object Python in my Odoo module, but this object isn't a Odoo model. I want something like this class, my object. I'm sorry, this is very technical question. I'm here to answer a functional question. So if you have question about how to use a module, about functionality, I will do my best to answer them. But for technical question, I believe we will plan in the future some session for that type of question. In the meantime, yeah, you can always check on our documentation on Odoo.com documentation. We have a page dedicated to developers, so for more technical questions like those. Otherwise, you always have access to the support to submit your question. So we have a question about subscription management in Odoo. So the subscription management, that's a big topic. So the idea of the subscription management is that you can generate some subscriptions, some recurring contracts, and this the subscription will trigger an automatic invoicing. Okay. So let's first check the module itself. We will check a subscription together. Okay, so you will define several information on the subscription. Of course, you have the customer and the price list. The price list that is used for the subscription. You have a reference and you have a date of next invoice. So the idea is that on monthly, yearly basis, you can invoice your customer for the total amount of the subscription. To choose between different options of invoicing, you have the subscription template. Okay, so the subscription template. So of course you define the name and you can find the recurrency. Okay, so you want to invoice every month, so one time per month. Okay, you can see that you have several options, so this allows you to be very flexible and offer different subscription plan to your customer. You have also the possibility to give some autonomy on your customer. So the customer can create a subscription online. He can choose to close it. Of course, if you want to be able to discuss with the customer before he closes the subscription, you always have the option to untick this feature. The automatic payment, that's a bit more advanced, but yeah, the idea is that the invoices will be generated at the reception of the payment. Okay, so if it doesn't work, you will have a message in the chatter of the subscription saying that the payment was not received, and at some point the status of the subscription will change, so you can follow up on the subscription who are not paid. Okay. You can add default product to the subscription. Okay, so here we have a product Odoo SaaS that is automatically added on the subscription when it is created, and you have the options. So the options are useful because from the portal, the user can, the customer can add the different option. Okay. Here I'm not as the customer, so I cannot check the. I cannot check his his option to add products, but if I do it from this view, because I was on the of course I was on the template, but now if I'm on the subscription, here I can add something. I can confirm, and now my subscription is updated. So the customer is very is free to change his subscription plan. Okay, so with here you have the menu to create your subscription template. We can browse now yearly subscription. So you see it's pretty straightforward. You have here the 1 year subscription. Okay. Then you have some different dashboard, but yeah, we don't have enough data to go over this. But I'm sure that you will find a way to generate data and use them to track on your reporting. I will just check if Arjun, did I answer your question? I'm sorry you had to wait for 30 minutes, but yeah, now is the time to ask question about this topic, if you are still here. Anyway, ask your question. I will just jump to another one, and I will come back to your question regarding the subscription later. What is the meaning of fiscal years and period under accounting? I will just check I didn't forget question, but normally okay. So another question from Derek, very good one. So the fiscal year and the periods were used since we stopped to use them when we launched the version 9. The idea of the creating a fiscal year and some period was to allocate the different accounting entries to a specific months, or depending on how you created your periods to that time. And when the fiscal year was finally closed, we could, by closing the fiscal year, prevent from posting entries in that during that specific time. Okay, we remove this this concept of periods. So now the accounting reports are a bit more smart, because they can understand when they need to switch the data based on the beginning of your fiscal year. So let me explain. You I'm just checking where is the date. Okay, here you can define the last day of your fiscal year. Okay, so on the all the data that are done before the 31st year of 2017 will be aggregated in the accounting reports of 2017, but automatically when you launch 2018, and this is done automatically, the data that you generate from the 1st of January will be aggregated on the 2018 year. The idea is that you don't need anymore to generate opening entries. Odoo does it itself, except of course for the revenue assignation. So that's just one operation that you have to do. But I believe you will ask me, okay, but how can I prevent to modify a fiscal year that is closed? You have the possibility to define a log date. So a log date is to prevent what I just said, so to post an entry on a closed fiscal year. So if I define that we cannot post anything before the 30th of December, here it's for non-advisors, so regular accounting user will not be able to post anything else, but we leave the possibility to the advisor, so which is the highest access right of the accounting. We allow them to do some changes. So most of the time it's when you only have to do final accounting operation to finish all the accounting treatment of the fiscal year. When it is done, you can add the same date, and 2016 it won't be possible to change the accounting information of 2016. Okay, of course, when 2017 will be closed, we will just switch to it was the 30th, and so on and so on. So in the end, we have removed the period and the fiscal year to something easier, because it's less work to close a fiscal year. Actually, you don't close it, you just lock it. And maybe some of you already struggle because they closed the fiscal year by mistake, or they forgot to do one operation, and reopening a fiscal year needs a technical action. While here, if you forgot to do one accounting operation, you just ask the administrator of the database to unlock the period, and you can update your accounting. Okay, so until version 8 you had to open and create period and fiscal year. From version 9 it's no longer needed. You can use the log date and define a fiscal year in the settings of the accounting. So in your case, Jerick, you can't validate your sell order and start a post session because of this. This seems still strange to me, because what happens most of the time is that you cannot validate an accounting entry, but probably not being able to validate a post session would make sense, because it generates accounting entries. But validate a sell order or start a post session is, yeah, it seems strange to me. But maybe you have more information to provide. Okay, Jerick, it seems okay for you. Just let me know if you have still one question or one issue about this. Okay, and Arjun, you are welcome. Don't hesitate to come back with some question if needed. Is Odoo Enterprise subscription contains source code? I'm not sure if well, the enterprise version of Odoo includes the subscription module, so you should have the source code. but again, that's very specific, very technical. Yeah, for that again, I think maybe the documentation or yeah, asking support, or maybe yeah, maybe this would help more than I could, because that's again a bit too technical for me. Okay, Diogene and Jerick have already discussed a bit the question, so to know if it is possible to sell product with a unit of measure in weight. So Jerick is absolutely right, it's possible. I can add a few things on this, so maybe just to show you live what you have to activate to have this feature. So the first thing would be to in the product. So here in the inventory configuration, you can choose to sell or purchase product in different unit of measure. This setting is to be used carefully, because your first configuration is very important, because once you start to make some moves, so stock moves in the system, you won't be able to change anymore the unit of measure of the product. Okay, so that's why it's very important to configure things correctly. To create unit of measures, so if you want to add a unit of measure, you have two concepts. You have, of course, the unit of measure itself, and each unit of measure is linked to a category of unit of measure. Okay, so here we have the day. The day belongs to the category of unit of measure working time, and the type, you will see that it allows us to make some relationship between two units of measure. Okay, so this is the reference unit of measure for this category, and we can choose to have a unit of measure that is bigger than the reference unit of measure or smaller than the reference unit of measure. Okay, if we check, we have another unit of measure for the working time. Maybe I will use the weight, like that we stick to your example. I think the kilogram is the unit of measure, the reference unit of measure for this category. Okay, and you will see that the ton is bigger than the kilogram, and you can add a ratio, so it's 1000 times bigger than the unit of measure. So to be able to choose which unit of measure you will use to sell your product, first you have to make sure that you have this this link, this common category between the unit of measure you want to use. Okay, that's the first configuration. Then on the products, yeah, let's take those oranges. We don't have any sales, any purchases, so that's good. I will put that the stockable, because I want to know how many I have in my stock. Okay, and let's say that we don't purchase those in kilograms, but we purchase this in tons. Okay, this is only for the purchases. This unit of measure, this default unit of measure, is used to manage the stock of this product. So you will always stock oranges in kilogram. So you will receive 1 ton of oranges, but you will have in your stock 1000 kilograms of oranges. Okay, this is just for stock purposes. Okay, if you want to sell for very big client those oranges in tons, okay, you just have to do this. Okay, we don't have anything in stock, but here you can say, okay, I want to sell 1 ton. Okay, and now Odoo will understand that 1 ton is actually 1,000 kilograms. Okay, and when I confirm that, what I will take out of my stock is 1 ton, but I will remove 1,000 kilograms of the stock. Okay. Just checking if we had any comments regarding the unit of measure, but it seems okay. Okay. Yeah, Jarek. So if you are using, we come back to this fiscal year and period question. So indeed, if you can't validate supplier invoices and customer invoices, it's definitely because you don't have a fiscal year set. So if we go to version 8, we'll just I will have to take another run, but I hope the password are available. Okay, perfect. We will check in the accounting. So we have a fiscal year for 2017, okay, and we have period for 2017. Let's create a customer invoice for, and we will put a date in 2016, okay, done. If I save this and I validate, apparently I have, oh no, it came back to, sorry, it came back to the correct, okay, no, it's okay. You see, this is probably the message you receive, okay. So if I go to the configuration, I will open a period. Okay, it's oops, sorry, it's not in period that I want to go. I want to create a whole fiscal year because it's easier. Okay, and it will start, of course, on the 1st of January, and it will end on the 30th of December. Okay, when I save this, I can automatically ask Odoo to generate 2 types of period, the monthly and the quarterly period. So we'll create a monthly period, and you see your fiscal year is created. Now if I go back to my invoice, so for 2016, if I validate it, everything is working. Okay, so just create your fiscal year for then probably 2017, and you should be able to work with your invoices. So Jarek, let me know if you're still struggling with that. In the meantime, I will jump to the other question of Ryan. So, symbol placement for currency. Please check if currency symbol placement is available. Did you miss my previous question? Symbol placement on online version. I'm sorry if I missed the question. We have quite a lot of chat, and by looking at the screen and the chat at the same time, it's not always easy. So don't hesitate to ask again your question. I'll try to not leave those unanswered. Okay. So you want to know if you can choose where you put the symbol of the currency. Okay, so first I need to check if I have the multi-currency activated. That's the first thing I have to do. So now I have my multi-currency. When you use multi-currency, you can see that you can have an automatic update of the exchange rates. Okay, you can choose between two services and when it will be when this update will be done. Do you want it to be manual? Do you want it to be daily, weekly, monthly? And choose a time for the next update. Okay. So if I save that, it will load this multi-currency feature, and we can go back to the accounting, and now you can see that we have the currency. So by default, most of the currency, I mean all the currency except your company currency should be inactive. Here we have also the euro, but probably this database has two companies, so that's why we have the two options. Okay. Here I can only see the currency, the current rate, but if you switch to the developer mode, let me just activate it. So that's it's a hidden feature. Oops, it's not survey, of course, it's accounting. That's a hidden configuration for which you need the developer mode activated. And here you can choose the symbol position to be before or after the amount. Okay, so make sure you have the developer mode activated and go to the currency, and you can choose the position. Normally, Odoo is configured to have the right symbol position for each currency, but if it's not the case, then you can change it yourself. Just to finish on this topic, because that's a very interesting one. You can view all the different rates of the currency. So our company is in euros, so we'll take the USD to view all the different rates. Okay, so what does this list tells us? It's the different rates that will apply depending on your accounting date. Okay. If I receive an invoice issue in dollars, okay, it will, and if the date is before the 6th of June, the exchange rate that will apply is this one, okay, because it's the Odoo will use the oldest and nearest exchange rate for the conversion. For everything that has an accounting date after the 6th of June, the exchange rate will be 1.5. Okay, so you can also create your own exchange rate. So if now I want this rate, I can save this, and depending on the accounting date of the document I'm creating, one of those three exchange rates will apply. If you don't add, if you have a document with an accounting date before the 1st of January 2010, the exchange rate will be 1. Okay. So, and I hope this answer a question, and maybe other question you might have with the multi-currency feature. I'm just checking. Okay, so I will continue. So there's another question with regards to Odoo accounting. Can we manage different companies' legal entities? Of course. That's important to keep in mind if you don't want to have two databases, and moreover if for each company, moreover if those two companies need to have intercompany workflows. Okay. We have this this feature already installed on this database normally. The first thing you have to do is activate the developer mode. To go into the general settings. Sorry, and here you can activate the multi-company. When you activate the multi-company, you have more options for the companies. Do you want all the contacts to be shared between the two companies, so you don't have two separate contact database but one? So if I create a company in company A, company B can use it also. And do you want a common product catalog, so all the products are also shared between the company? You can also activate the intercompany transaction. So if I sell something to one company, so company A sells something to company B, in company B, you will have a purchase order generated. Okay. So we will save, so you can have a look at what are the different intercompany transactions that you can do. So you have different company, and this company can send sales order or purchase order to the other company, or send invoices and refund to the other company. Okay, so to configure this, you will have to first activate on your user the different access rights. Okay, so the access right that you need are in this section, multi-company. You need to define which company you allow, on which company you allow this user. So here the user can work on the demo company and on my company Chicago, and for the moment is logged in the demo company. So it is important because you can obviously not work for two companies at the same time. In Odoo you have to choose if you are working for one or the other, but you see it's very easy to switch to the other company. You are just one click from the other one. It's important because you don't want a user to be able to create a document for company B while he's working on company A. You might end up with some issue on your database because you use data of two companies for one document, and this could be very bad for the system. So what we have made is some record rules, we call that, some security rules to prevent that from happening. So every user will have access to the document of the company is currently logged into. Every user except the administrator. The administrator is the only one who will always see all the documents. So when you are using a database in a multi-company environment, we strongly recommend that the administrator of the database, so the first user, is only used for configuration purposes. And if the administrator needs to create invoices, create sales and so on, then he should have a second user for those operations. Okay. Each company can have his own chart of accounts. So again, you have to configure that by being logged in the company. So here I'm logged in as my company Chicago. I can see that there is no accounting package, so I just choose this one. I will just add that. And I will have a chart of account for the company Chicago. Okay. Settings. So it is installed, and I have here in my chart of accounts all the default account. Here you can see that we can see both accounts because we are logged in with the admin. So that's why you see when you will be working on an invoice and you need to change the expense account, so it's a supplier invoice and you need to change the expense account of the product you purchase, you will maybe see 2 times the same account, one for the company A, one for the company B, but there is no clear information of the company that is using this account. Okay, I've switched to company demo, and now this is the settings for the company demo. Okay. Diogene, is it okay? I can. Okay, I think Diogene, let me know if you still have some question. In the meantime, I will continue with the question of. Well, I don't know your name. I will call you Pa then. So the question is, in Odoo, can we automatically generate serial number and print in barcode? So Odoo won't generate for you the serial number. You will have to every time choose the serial number, define the serial number of the product you receive, of the product you consume in manufacturing process, of the product you deliver. Okay, so in the settings, tracklet or the serial numbers, like that, we activate the settings. So on the product, let's take this Apple in-ear headphones. In the inventory tab, you can choose the type of tracking. So you have 2 trackings by unique serial of numbers. So each unit of product will have a serial number, or by lot. So a batch of product will have the same lot number. If we do this, okay, this Apple in-ear headphone has a tracking. Let's receive one product. I'm just checking if I'm in the right company. Just yep, it's in, okay. If I add this, I will put 2. Otherwise, if I put too many, it will take some time to proceed to the reception. I won't be able to validate, and I have to type in the lot of our serial number. Okay, so here I have my 2 serial numbers. You can see now that the quantity is 2 out of 2 units. Okay, and if I save and validate, now I can receive the products. Okay, if I need to deliver them, here what Odoo will do. So again, I will reserve them. I need to specify the number, and here I can choose in the list of serial number that were created. Okay, and now you can deliver. But Odoo will never generate a serial number for you. Okay, that's for the creation of the serial numbers. The other question was to print barcode. So Odoo can indeed print some barcode. I will just check if I can find product already configured with a barcode. So here it's very easy thanks to the filter of Odoo. Barcode is set, and we have something for the oranges. Okay, so this is a barcode. If I want to print the product label, normally because it's only numbers, I have my barcode. Okay, so Odoo can print different barcodes. On some places, it can print barcode that contains letter. For instance, for the location barcode, you can have letters. If I put here a letter in this product, I won't I think I won't have, yeah, I don't have the barcode. This is just because we have different type of, yeah, there are different type of barcode that exist. We can, with some adjustment to the system, change the way Odoo understands the barcode it has to print, but on the product it is the EAN13 nomenclature that needs to be used in standard. Okay. So does this answer your question? I don't think. Yeah. I hope this answers your question. And now, yeah. How can you assign a user to a warehouse? So this was, I think, one of the first question I explained. So maybe you didn't get the answer. So by default, a user will have access to all the warehouse of the company he is currently logged into. If you need to restrict within a company the warehouse he can use, and there is first one trick. It's not perfect, but I mean it can be used. Is just to create, for instance, a filter warehouse contain your company. We have those three operation type, and we save this as, for instance, my warehouses, and I use that by default. Okay, so every time the user goes to this dashboard, it will only see this. Of course, if he removes the warehouse, he can see everything, but if you can explain the logic to the person, and to explain that, okay, you only need to work in this warehouse, you can save some AV adjustment on the database. Moreover, if the person does something in another place in the system, so let's imagine that he validates this, okay, apply, you get the information in the chatter. So if something has been done by this person why it should not have happened, you have the note here in the chatter. So that's the solution. The standard solution is to use the filter. If you want to have something more like the multi-company restriction, this would require some changes in the system. It's not easy because we are talking about record rules, but yeah, it can be done. But I would recommend the filter and some explanation to the user. Okay. Okay, so Jerick, of course, let me know if you need more information about this. We have the question from Mohammed. Notification with the amount on end reach to minimum. Actually, a notification is maybe not necessary, because when your stock on end is reaching the minimum, it's most likely that you have already generated a procurement in the system. So let me explain. I will take I will take a new product. I will use microphone. Okay. I will just say I need to buy this. I will buy this to up here. Okay, I save this, and I will put a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 20. So here the idea is I will ask Odoo to check on the product that if my forecasted quantity drops below the minimum, so 10, I want to resupply my stock by buying the microphone to Sony, and the quantity that I will resupply will be the difference between the maximum and the forecasted. So in this case it will be 20. What I will do first is update the quantity we have for this product to 15. Okay. So now the forecasted quantity is above 10. So Odoo will not generate a procurement. Now I need to make a sale of 10 of those microphones. So I will purchase up 10 microphones, and I confirm. So here I have a delivery order. I will not validate it to show you that even if my stock on hand is above 15, because of this future delivery, Odoo will still generate a procurement, which is kind of your alert. Okay, so we have 15 on hand. We will deliver 10. For the moment we won't receive any, so we are at 5 as a forecasted quantity. So if you understand, the quantity I will resupply will be the 20 minus the 5, so I need 15 to replenish my stock. Okay, to do that I need to run the schedulers. Okay, and if I go to the purchase, I have a purchase order for our supplier Sony for 15 units, but my product is still in stock. We still have 15 on hand. Okay, so your alert has been done under the form of a request for quotation. Okay, of course, when you will confirm this, you have some quantity that needs to arrive, so your forecasted stock will be now 20. You have 15 in stock, you will deliver 10, so you drop to 5 as the forecasted stock, but you need to receive 15, so you go back to 20, which is the maximum we've allowed in the stock. Okay, so is it clear for this question? I hope so. Otherwise, of course, tell me through the chat. Okay. Display product by image scanner when no reference or no product. That's. I'm not sure I totally understand the question. You want to display the product by using the images, but the image scanner, I'm not sure what you're referring to. When there is no reference, so if you want to find the product with no reference, you can do it quite easily by just using the filter, and it's the default code actually, the reference or no, the internal reference, my bad. Internal reference is not set. Okay, I apply. So here I can see all the products with the images, all the product with no internal reference, and I can see the images, or no barcode. So if you want to see all the product that don't have an internal reference or barcode, you can apply a more advanced filter than the one I just did, which will be barcode is not set, and you can add a condition which will be the or. Either the barcode is not set or the internal reference is not set, and you apply, and now you have all of them with the images. That's the only interpretation I have of your question. So yeah, here I think that you should use the filters. You can use the filter to filter your list on every information you have on the product. So you should be able to combine all the different information to get the list that you need. I hope this was clear. Oh, and you have a third question, a report by the good that less movement. So here again it will depend in the end how you want to use the information, but you can see all the different movements of your product. In the reporting you have the stock moves, okay, and you can use a pivot table, okay. Here you can simply say I want to see all the products, okay. So here I have my list of products, and here this quantity is simply the quantity, is the count would be the number of stock moves. So each time I move one product, I have, or 10 products, I have one stock move. If you want to see the quantity of product move, you have to use here this quantity, and from this table you can see all the quantity you move. You have to filter a bit more on this report because you have incoming shipment, you have internal transfer, you have delivery orders. So maybe in those 50 product that you've moved, yeah, it's only one line, but if don't know if I can find something. No, the oranges. Yeah, you see here in the microphone, it says we have 40 quantity move, but some are going out, some are coming in. So if you want to see all the product that went to the customer, for instance, you should filter on the customer on the destination location contains customer, and you see the quantity is not as big as in the previous one. So here again you can use the pivot table and the filter and combine those to get the report that you need. Okay. Some additional explanation about the question before. I mean, if I have no reference or no barcode, can I pass the physical product on the images to display it? So if it's if you want to be able to add the information by using the barcode scanner on the product, you can do it, because the barcode scanner is a simple, well, it's a keyboard in the end. So if you can scan a barcode that Odoo can convert to text, that's not a problem. But if yeah, that's what Jarek is saying. If you don't have a barcode for the product, but you want to scan the product to create a new entry in the system, that won't be possible. You will have to create manually the product, then use it in the system. So the barcode scanner feature will only allow you to process existing product, not to add new entries in the system. So it's not a creation tool, it's just a device that will allow you to process existing information of the system. Yeah, so that's the comment of Jarek, my first assumption. If you don't have a barcode for a product and a product that is registered in the database, you have the product, so you have also the barcode. You can simply open the product form, click into the barcode field and scan the barcode to add this information to the product form. Okay. So Muhammad, I'll leave you with this explanation. If you have more questions, of course, comment it. I will go back a bit before with Jake's question. So you have an employee and you assign it to a warehouse to manage. What I want to do is the employee shouldn't see all warehouses. Also, I don't want it to see all the product that isn't on this warehouse. Here we have yeah. We are clearly talking about record rules. So that means that you have to create some rules on the warehouses, make sure that he cannot see all the operations that are not related to the warehouse. Maybe even on the product database, you have to be able to see if a product is available in the warehouse of the employee. If it is the case, he can see the product, but only the stock available for his warehouse. Otherwise, the product should be invisible. So his product database will change with all the stock fluctuation. We can probably do this, but again, it's very complicated rules that you have to set up. So yeah, you have to think about the maybe is it too complicated, if I may say, to simply educate the user, or if it's not possible, then you will have to go for more advanced option. So which would be some development of the access rights. One question from Vicky. So does Odoo have an ID to bring GST tax module calculation for India? So that seems very specific. I'm not even sure what is the GST tax. So here, unfortunately, unless I have more information or any more information, I won't be able to help you right now. And if it's specific for India, I fear that I won't be the best person to answer that. But yeah, give a bit more details, and we'll try to figure out together if we can. Okay, so I don't see any more new questions. Of course, feel free to ask any question you may have, or for the previous question, if you want to add a bit more details or talk about something I didn't mention during my explanation, just let me know. Leave you a few a minute just to get your ID together, and we'll continue. Otherwise, I will present you quickly a small case regarding the project module and the way to invoice the different the time you spend on tasks. Okay. Just move that. Okay. I will do my configuration and see if I get some question in the meantime. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay. We have one last question. How can I create a new report? So that's from the start, it's a new development. Of course, it will depend on the kind of report you want to build. If you want to create a new PDF report, yeah, then you would have to. I've never done a new report, but I can show you where you can find all the reports. So in the technical, then reporting, and from here you can create new reports. Now, this is clearly an advanced, more technical request. We as functional consultant, what we do is we configure, we change a little bit new reports, but existing reports, but we don't create ourselves our reports from scratch. We have a dedicated team who does that because it requires some coding knowledge that we don't have. But I think that maybe on all documentation, I've never checked it. I'm not sure. Maybe you can find something. Yeah, here on the you have here the documentation about the QAB report. If that's what you need, you can probably find all the thing you need to do your reports. Okay. If it's just a new pivot table, for instance, or well, something just a view, actually, you can simply create a new view and display it in the menu, basically. So one additional question: the Odoo post receipt needs to add address from REST partner city in receipt. So if you want to, so again, when you want to update, to change a layout, add information about a report that Odoo generates, we are already in customization, and the customization of the post receipt is quite complicated because of the nature of the post, which is a complicated interface. So we are not in a very easy customization. I couldn't do it now to show you how to do it, but I think the same page I've shown you, if you have some knowledge about developing coding, you should find some information to do that in this documentation. So Solomon, hello to you. Welcome. If you have some question, don't hesitate to ask them. And yeah, for the person who just submit the question about the post receipt, yeah, I hope you're not too disappointed not seeing it live. But as I said, it's quite complicated, and that's not something in my that I know. But yeah, just keep in mind that we will probably have some session with more technical people who will be glad to answer the different questions you had during this session, and probably you will get more accurate answers than I could provide here. Okay. Okay. So for the moment, I don't have much questions. What I suggest, I will quickly show you a configuration that we use more and more to be able to generate from a product a task, and use this task to record the time spent and be able to invoice this time. So if we want to apply this workflow to a business, it will be the typical consultancy business where you sell the service of a functional consultant, for instance, and the hours that the consultant spend will be invoiced on a regular basis. Okay. So in Odoo, like for most of the module, the most important configuration lies on the product. So if your product are correctly configured, all the workflow should work pretty smoothly. Okay, so we will create a new product. We'll call it functional consultancy. Okay. We can sell this product, and it's important that it is a service. That's the first requirement. We will sell this product in, let's say, in days. Okay. And we'll jump to the invoicing. So we want to invoice what has been delivered. So it means that all the hours that the consultant will spend at the customer premises will be invoiced. We want this consultant to track the hour on a task, okay? And you can specify on which project you want this task to be created. So let's say that we will do e-learning platform integration, okay? And our consultant will have to work on this project. So I can save this. So just to summarize, we can solve the product, the service. It is, as I said, a service. We forgot to put a sale price. $1 for consultant is quite. It's a good price. We'll put it at. It's per day. It's per day. So let's say that we'll say 700. Okay. We save this, and we wanted. Sorry, in the invoicing tab, we want the invoicing policy to be on delivered quantity, and we want to create a task so the consultant can log the hours he spent. Okay. I will now create the quote. Okay. and so I will ask for the consultancy. Yeah, I think we have a price list here that reduces by 10%. We will just put in euro, like that. We keep things simple. No, it's not the right one. What I will do is use the Benelux, but I will just okay, no, it's because the advanced price list is not configured, but yeah, we'll go on with the discount because Agrela is a very good customer. And so far we just put 1 day, but we know that we will invoice the time the consultant will spend on the project. Okay, so I will confirm, and you see that we have a task that was generated. If I go to look at the task, it's indeed in the e-learning integration, and we have the number of the sale order and the functional consultancy, which is the name of the product. You see that the initially planned hours is 8 and not 1 day, because on the project module we have defined that the on the settings that the project time unit is the hour. If you were with us in the beginning of the session, we discussed about the unit of measure, and the category of unit of measure is the working time, the same as the day, except that the hours is 8 times smaller than the day. So that's why we have an initially planned hour of 8 hours. I will come back here, and I will start working on the project. Okay, the first day I arrived in the afternoon, so I only did 4 hours. Okay, if I save this, you see I have a direct link from the task to the sale order, and I can see that I've delivered half a day. Okay. Yeah, one question: is this connected to live support? This is the live support. Since I didn't add a question for a while, I'm just presenting a classic service company workflow. So where you sell a consultant for a project, and you will invoice the time the consultant spent. Okay. So here the consultant has already spent half a day, so you can see that in the delivered quantity we are at 0.5 day. Okay, and the line is in blue because I can already create an invoice because I've delivered something. If I click on create invoice, and here I have half a day. The day is at 630, so I will invoice 315. Okay, that's my first invoice. Now the consultant, here I'm creating timesheet in the future. That's not a problem. We agreed that it's 1 full week for him, so we are going to put 5 times 8 hours, and the 11th. Okay, so of course I've overpassed the initially planned hour, but remember, it's not a problem because we didn't know in advance how many times the consultant would need to work. We just agree that the week from the 7th to the 11th it will work all the week for that project, so 40 hours. Now in the sale orders I have delivered 5.5 day. Okay, but if I create the invoice, of course I will only invoice 5 days because the the half day was already invoiced. Okay. If you have a task is initially planned for 8 hours, after working for hours, I stop and conclude that the task will take at least another 6 hours. Where can I add it? So that's a good question. Actually, here the configuration of the of this product. This is a product configure in order to invoice the time the consultant spent on a project. So here the initially planned hour is a bit misleading because we don't really plan 8 hours. We just sold a product to say to the customer, okay, if you use our functional consultant, it will cost you this amount per day. Okay. You want him to work on a project, but you don't know for how many time. That's not a problem. What we will do is simply track the amount of time he spent on your project, and we will invoice it. Okay, so here we are not on a prepaid service. So you can always on the task say, okay, I don't like this this remaining hours negative and so on. You can always change this to reflect the time spent. But you could have the second another case where you sell some prepaid hours. The consultant will spend 8 hours on this project, and you sell 8 hours, and you don't expect the consultant to go over this limit. So in this case, we have to we will create a new product. So we'll call it prepaid consultant. It's also a service, but here in the invoicing, we will invoice what has been ordered. The customer asked for 8 hours, and we want to do more. Okay, so in this case, we will invoice based on the order quantity, and we will create the task in the same project. So now, if I go to the sell order and create this, I should have changed, sorry, the unit of measure to days. Okay, so I've sold 1 day of consultancy. It creates a task, but here, no matter how much time the consultant spent on the task. Okay, if the consultant spend 6 hours, for instance, or I will take back your example, which was for 4 hours. Okay, so I've done half of the initially planned hours. When I create the invoice, I will invoice 1 day. Okay, here I didn't change the sale price, but I invoice 1 day. If for some reason it appears that we need a bit more time, okay, I would suggest to add a new line of prepaid consultancy, but here instead of selling 1 day, okay, you could say, because it's the same unit of measure, I sell 2 additional hours. Okay, if you save this, you will generate a second task for 2 hours. Okay, 2 hours that you can invoice. Okay, because it's based on what the customer ordered. Okay, So here I think the best solution is to add a new product. I will answer this last question, then leave the room to my colleague. So the question from Nabil, who asks, what is the price of the POS software? So if you are talking about just the software, you can find the online pricing on our page odoo.com/pricing and look at the pricing of the online version. Okay, and you can see that the point of sale is here for 20 euro per month. If you are more interested in an enterprise contract, you can check the condition also on our page. If you are using the POS, you may also want to use the POS hardware that we can also provide you. So here you have all the information about the POS hardware, and you have a link to the shop. Okay. Yeah. So Italamo, the question was more about planning a project, not on invoicing. Okay. Then, if you want more time, I didn't activate the planning option, but then you would need to change the initially planned hours to 10, and we have this feature of the forecasting, so you can forecast the different tasks, and this would allow you to see who is busy when. But that's all new feature, and maybe in during the next session or another session later in the coming weeks, we can answer your question in more details. So now I will take a small break just to change from one consultant to another. Thank you all for your question. Don't hesitate to already ask your question for my colleague, who will be there in a few minutes. Okay? Thank you all.
Hello everyone. So I will follow my colleague and answer the next question. So I hope you are all still there. During the break, I see one new question. So normally all the others have been answered. So I have a question about mass mailing. I have a question about mass mailing template. A customer wants to use his own. Okay, so the mass mailing is made, in fact, to allow you to do any templates as you wish. So you can really go far in that. So I will show you in one of the latest versions. I think it's SAS14 here on demo.odoo.com. Everybody can access it. You just have to type, I can show you again. You type this and it's very good to test or to do a demonstration. Here you have the mass mailing install. And here you will create kind of campaign to follow the statistic, okay? Because otherwise you can send email anywhere else in Odoo, and you can even send a batch email when you select a lot of record, and then you sometimes have the option to send a batch email. But here the advantage is that you can really create a campaign and have a follow-up on it, okay? So you can campaign 1. Well, that's the subject of the email sent to everybody. And of course, you have to catch the mail. So you will select where is the source of your email. Okay, you have many different sources. You can even use your opportunity and so on. Okay, so let's take this is not important. Whatever you take, then you have the mail body. We suggest always to choose one of the theme we have created for you. So if you are, for example, on the SAS, these themes are free to use. And so you already have a predefined design. For example, if I take this one, you already have something, but then of course you can edit how you want. And normally it's kind of block. So normally I can take the block, I can erase it. And I want another, let's say, header. I can select here on the left, another header, let's say a banner. And hop, okay, well, that's the same as the one below. So let's take this one. Yeah, like this. And then you can configure inside. So first of all, you have this snippet to configure by yourself the email body. And then you can write the text. Okay, so that's the first option. Another option would be, I don't know if I can come back. Oh, that's the full screen. No, here's the style. Okay, that's kind of the theme. Let's see if I can kind of restart. I think from here I have to delete everything. Let me. Yeah, I think to get what you need, you have to go what we call the debug mode. So you can write to go in the debug mode. Let's open another window. Tack. So I will save this mass mail here as it is, and I will activate the developer mode. Don't all the time activate it, but here I think you will need it. Yes, I go back in the mass mailing. I think it was this one. Edit. And here you have a new option, okay? You have this code view option here. And with that, you can see all the HTML. So, and from here, you can edit precisely your email, let's say template. It's more, yeah, the email that will be sent. And you can really make any details of it. You can adapt it as you wish. So everything that you say, like separator, everything. So instead of using the predefined snippet, you can import your HTML with the CSS, I think, and everything. Okay. So once it's done, so I will not modify things here, but then you come back, you see the result, and then you can send your mass mailing by selecting the record. So of course, you can add a domain by saying, okay, I only want to send to one category of my client. So you can select any field of the client form and do a filter on it. Okay. Normally that answers your question. So if not, write me an update. Okay. The second question is, in which web server is used in Odoo? Alors, for the web server, the Odoo is work over the SaaS, and actually we support mainly 3 browsers, but they would all works well, so you can use any of them. I don't know if it's that you mean. Maybe you speak about something else. With a web server, I don't know. So, Barrientos Mora, can you just detail your question just to be sure? If it's a technical question, I won't be able to answer it anyway. So if it's about the server configuration to install Odoo on site, I won't be able to demonstrate anything or to give any advice. Okay. Okay, Italamo. About the theme, I'm not sure if you can import your own theme, but normally it should be able. It should be possible, because here you see I used theme. Okay, and this is like an app that you can install. Okay, so if I go in the apps module, yeah, if it allows me. I think that if you write something like theme, you have all the theme here, okay? And you see that they are not all installed. Probably a set of several themes is installed, but I can install even more. And what can be done, even on the SaaS, is that you can import module here, okay? So be careful that you cannot import Python code or big modification to the database, but you can import the XML view, and in that you can most probably import a full HTML with CSS apps that modify the theme that you can use in your email template. So the answer is yes. Okay, and then you will be able to select it. Okay. So for Barrientos, you speak about Nginx, so indeed it's technical, so I won't be able to answer you, sorry. For that, I think my colleague already sent you to that, but for all the technical question, I can only send you to the documentation, so you can easily access it from any database like this. And once you are here, you can go in the technical section, so where is it? Here, for example, developer, API, installation, and so on. This is more, it will help you. You know, you have a developer documentation here, and probably it will explain you what's the best web server you can use, how you can configure it. Okay, but I know that you can install it on Ubuntu or Windows. It works fine on both. Okay, and I think we even have like a package that you can download to just you extract it and it works out of the box. Okay. So check a little either our documentation or our website. On the website, it's just on download, I think. Like that, I finished the on-site part. Normally, you have a download section. I don't know exactly where is it. Yeah, here. And most probably, yeah, exactly. So this will answer you. You see, you have Windows, Ubuntu, and then I'm not sure what's the rest, but you should just download that, and it's normally it's easy to install it locally. Okay. Of course, locally you will have to pay the license for the enterprise, and the community will still be free to use. Okay, so Italamo, now you asking me if I can create a team, so I guess not me, but Odoo. And the answer is yes, we have a team of web developer, And actually, we kind of often create team because we have project where the main app of the project is a website or probably e-commerce. And the client come with a full project, so an idea, and say, okay, I want this kind of website, very dynamic, very responsive. And often they even show us other websites and they say, okay, I want something that feels like that. And then we say, okay, we will do the development of the design of your website. So indeed, we have a pricing for that, but I think it's case by case, of course. And then we will work on in parallel on the creation of let's say, the workflow of your website. So what will happen when you click there? So the feature of the website. And on the other side, we will create a team. So it means, again, that we use, again, this logic of a snippet with a predefined HTML code inside that you can drag and drop to create your website. And I guess you can reuse the same design into your email template if you do mass mailing. So indeed, Odoo offers this service to create a team for you. By experience, it takes some time. It's often 1 to 2 months of work in function of the complexity of the team. Okay, so no problem. You can contact us to do that. It's totally possible. But before we had one cost for that. It was like, I don't know, maybe 5,000 euro or 10,000 euro. But now I think we only do a pricing case by case. Okay, in function of the globality of the project. Okay, I think that was the last question. Does anyone else has question? Okay. I don't know if I can, maybe I can just carry on to see a little the team. So normally you can install it easily. Yeah, for example, I launch. Okay, so I have a new question. So maybe I will see if I can do a demo. How do I restrict a user group from? Okay. Hello, Peter. Your question is quite specific already. So in terms of group, so we speak access right here. You can almost do anything. Either with control access list or record rule. But here your question is from creating public discussion channel. That's a good question. So when we speak about access right, the first thing we have to do is to look at the access right of the user, okay? So for example, if I take demo user, he has normally limited access right, okay? So you see his user almost everywhere when you compare with the admin that is manager. So you see clearly this person has the highest access right. But the problem here, indeed, is that each line is associated to one app more or less, okay? With record rule behind that limit that object by object, okay? For the apps with the channel, it's called discuss, and I don't have, let's say, a rule here. So you have sub rule here. So to activate them one by one, I will check if there is something about discuss, but I don't think. No channel. No. Okay, there is nothing. So when it's like that, you can check even further. So again, you have to be in debug mode. Again, it's you can see it in the HTML in the URL above. Here I'm in debug mode, and you can go in technical to see a little what are the rules on the object. So first of all, I have to check what's the object. Public discussion channel. Okay, let me check. So here is discuss. So channel, the purpose of channel is quite cool. It's to be able to discuss with, to create group on a specific topics. Okay. So for example, here you have the channel, and the channel it's a group of users of the database, and you can speak with them, and then the circle of people receive the message. Okay. You can also use channel to put them on record in the database to have this group of people automatically notify when something happens in this this model or this record. So when you create a new one, let me check a little. For example, let's create new project. Here I create a channel, okay? And indeed, when you go on the channel, you have the settings, okay? Here. And the channel, probably the fact that it's public is this privacy first option here. So it's everyone, invite people, select a group of users. Okay. Now, let me read again the question. Okay. If I want to answer your question precisely, what you want is that people can create a new channel. So you don't want to restrict the model at the model level, but you want to restrict a field option, the everyone. So what you will have to do is first to probably put another default value. So for example, this one, to set a default value, you can again go in debug mode and set this kind of default value where you say that the level of who can follow the group activity is like private. Okay, so that's the first thing I would do. And then you have to what I would do is to restrict I would make this field read only for a group of people. Okay, so to do that, let's see if we can do that with Studio. Okay, Studio is one of the new applications where you can do the change of a restriction like that by yourself. Okay, so let's check. It is this option here, but I cannot click on it, so I don't know why. Wait. Okay, apparently I cannot use Studio in Discuss. Okay, well, I'm stuck indeed. So forget what I said. You cannot use Studio here. Nope. But anyway, well, then let's do it the old way. You go in the form view, and you will find the privacy field. Okay. So it's probably notebook privacy. Okay, the field name is public, and what you can do is to put, for example, a read-only with a group on it. Okay, so it's that in fact. So a read-only is something like this. For this one is for everybody, and then you carry on. You put a domain in it based on a group. Okay, a group is, for example, that. Okay, so that's how you will do it. I will not demonstrate that because it's not the purpose, but the answer is yes, you can restrict a user group to create public channel by making the field read-only and, for example, making another default value. You can go further probably, but then it becomes quite advanced customization. Okay? So that's the answer. So let's carry on the question. My internet failed. Again, question. Okay. Enterprise subscription apply for community edition? No, I don't think the enterprise subscription apply for community. Allow me to customize existing. Yeah, alors, you said without deep programming knowledge, it probably means that you want again to use Studio, what I have shown you. And yes, Studio is part of the enterprise subscription. Okay, so, but just to be clear, enterprise is just a layer that you add to the community. Okay, so you decide if you use the community or the enterprise. So for the people who don't know, you can go on Odoo Run Bot. It's also accessible to everybody. And here you will see on the top, or either you go on Odoo/enterprise, or you can go on Odoo/Odoo. Okay, one will be enterprise version, and one will be the community. The difference is just that the enterprise has more extra apps that. Let's say it's normally only extra feature like Studio to easily customize your. So you pay for that. But the versions are the same. I can open a V10 in the community version and test it. Okay, so I advise you to do that. Here, for example, I would have a community one. Okay, you see? But you have the latest feature like the channel or stuff like that. Okay? And for, wait, just to finish to answer. But in both versions, you can still customize, as I've shown, by going through the technical settings, okay? But indeed, for that, you need some knowledge in programming, but not that much, actually. It's always possible to easily customize your database. So no, you don't need very deep programming knowledge. Okay, I don't know if it's clear, Martin. Let's carry on the question. Alors, again, it's a little bit the same question for Etienne. He's asking if he can have the help desk apps in the free version. In fact, I don't know by heart which app are where. I'm not sure. Maybe let's check if it's indicated in the pricing, but I'm not sure. Just like that, we have a place to look. Because here I have enterprise. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because here you have the help desk app. I even don't see it. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's not indicate if it's in the enterprise or not. So let's check here then. You can easily check that. Huh? Oops. Yeah, no, you don't have it apparently. Nope. So if I go now, you don't have it. Because if I go, like if I do exactly the same runbot, like that I show you that you can go through the runbot in for example, here I take a V10. Okay. Yep, you see already the first difference between enterprise and community is the design. The first thing you see. And here probably you will have help desk, I'm sure. So no, Etienne, you cannot have help desk apps in the free version unless you install it, let's say, locally, and then you, yeah, I don't know how you can do. Now you have to develop by yourself, so no, the answer is no. You have to pay for it. But don't forget that you can use, Etienne, the free version if you use only one app. We have a one app offer. So you can use the SaaS, install help desk only, and you will be able to use it for free. So that would be maybe a solution for you. Okay, so you can try that in order to test if the apps is good for you. And then if you need other apps, you will have to install them, but then you will have to pay for the whole package. Okay. Peter asks, after I do not want anyone to create many public channel. Yeah, I understand. Ah, yeah, okay. So still the question. Yeah, I think again that you have to. To answer you, I don't think it's a standard feature. So I don't know if I was still. Yeah, it was here. But yeah, again, you just have to customize a little bit to restrict that. Because I don't see any general settings here, so I'm thinking, no, Discuss works like, let's say, out of the box. There is no settings for the Discuss apps. So what you will find is here. So no, so what you can do, else is to be, no, actually, no, it's true that because I was thinking to just hide, yeah, you can also hide the menu for some people, but that's a little extreme, huh? Because this is a menu, and you could hide it to a group of people. I'm not sure it's the best solution, but might be a solution that works. It's not the best in terms of security because you would have still access to it, but at least you can avoid that people create that by mistake. So you see that's a menu here, and probably, yeah, access right. You see here, everybody has access to it. You can simply say, okay, I don't want anyone to have access to it. So yeah, okay, so that's all the employees that are in it. You remove that, okay, and you put, for example, another group, okay, and you say only the people that are, I don't know, you have to find what, or you should create maybe a group like people that have access to it. And let's say, it's a little strange, but timesheet officer, save. And then the people who are not timesheet officer won't see that, okay? So that would avoid people from creating that, okay? That's the only solution I see from here. I will answer now Zakaria. Hello, please. We use pledge. Wait. Pledge of series in production lot. Okay, serial number. Pledge one ID, for example, for product X. Okay, I'm reading again your question, Zakaria. I think you just say that you want to use the option lots and serial number, but you really want to use it in terms of lot. So correct. The difference between serial number and lot is that serial number is one number attached to one product, and lot it's you have a lot of product for one lot. And the purpose at the end is a question of traceability. If you have a problem later on, you can go onward. You can go back to who was the manufacturing lot, for example, the production lot that was the origin of the mistake. Okay, so yes, I can show it, for example, here. So you have to make sure that the lot are set. So you have to go in lots and serial number here. Oh yeah, you have an extra feature here to set a date on it. It's more for food when you want to say, okay, no, we cannot sell it anymore because it's perish. But we don't use that. And then all the field will appear automatically because I have set this option and I'm probably in the group MRP and so on. So I'm able to manage the lot. So then you can create a manufacturing order. What is important to understand, Zakaria, is that the lot is a dynamic concept. So it's set when something happened to your product, so they are created, and it's set really on the move, okay, on the movement, okay. So it will. That's why you have the traceability, because it will be set on every movement that your final product does, okay. So for example, I select let's take a laptop customize. Yes, let's say I produce 2. Or let's say I produce 10, maybe better. You save. Okay, so it's composed of a charger and a keypad, more let's say. And then you will start producing it, okay? Okay, it's available. And you have your guy, you come, he start working, okay? And, let me see. Here you have a lot that are automatically set on the key part. Okay, that's fine. That's the serial number of the laptop key part, the lot. So you take from the lot 33 for the keypad, you take from the lot 32 for the charger, and then you create one lot for the 5, let's say I create 5 laptop customize. if I do create any, okay, yeah, then it generates automatically the number. You can use that. It's a sequence. I will use that. It's easier. So 0003, and then I start to say 1, yeah, 2. I don't wait. That's strange. Okay, I will put 5. Oh, I'm telling the system what I'm consuming. Okay. Of course, if I consume 5, the logic would be I've produced 5, and I put them in a lot. Okay. Let's say I stop working and I come back the day after and I carry on to produce. So I see that I have 5 produced products, and they are all in, where can I see it? I cannot see it here. Doesn't matter, but yeah, it's strange. I should see the, yeah, okay, here I see it. Sorry, I click on the line. That's the line, and that's the lot. Yeah, 5 in this lot, perfect. Then the day after, I come back and I carry on to produce. I do the same, but this time I will put in the lot 4. Yep, save. And I do the same. Well, if I want to go faster, I put 5 here, 5. So here, why you write it, it's, let's say that I broke a charger when I'm working, I let it fall on the floor, I can put 6. Huh? Like that, I have consumed 6 instead of 5, but at the end I produce 5 because I broke one, or I don't know what's happened, okay? Normally you have to use scrap, but I think it should be okay in this case. And then, let's say mark as done, okay? Now, the purpose is to see which kind of lot you have for this product. So I think you can click here, and you say that you have 5 units in the lot 3 and 4. And like that, you can go up and see what's the origin. Well, here there is no origin, so you have nothing to see. But for example, if after you start to do an internal transfer and then you sell it, you will see the traceability of these things. A last things I would like to show you is the use of this lock are configured on the picking type. Okay. So for example, let's say that you receive product. I think you can say, voilà, here, on every picking type, you can say if you will have to create a new lot serial number, or if you are obliged to use them, or maybe you don't do either of them, okay? So it's very important to, when you install lot and serial number, to check this section on every picking to say what is going to happen. And you have a picking for manufacturing, that is this one, and probably that's what has been done. You can see he asked me to create a new lot, so that's what I've done, okay? And if you want to later on create a product where it's not lot, but it's serial number, it's very easy. It's just you give a number per product. One product produced is one number, okay? That's, so actually for the system, it makes no difference. So that explains, Zakaria, the lot. Let's carry on. Italamo, we like to synchronize with bank in Netherlands. Yes, yes. So we have a bank statement automatic upload, so synchronization. Alors, to know if it's possible, I can answer. Huh? There are, I think, more than 10,000 references. So to do that, you have to check it. I don't remember where. I think from the database you can find that. Let me think. Or maybe from the documentation. Let me search a little. I know we have a place where you can enter the name of your bank, and it will tell you if you can use it to synchronize. Okay, but after I will show you anyway the app. So maybe let's install the app. Let me think. Probably it's in accounting. Just to be clear, it's mostly used in United States. Huh? In Europe, most of the banks don't allow that because it only works when your bank gives you access to your data through a login and a password. Then we can do the synchronization. If the bank gives you access to the data through you know, a digicode, digipass, like a more complex system, then it cannot work. For example, in Belgium, it's most of the time the case, so we cannot synchronize in Belgium. But I cannot say for the Netherlands. Alors, I don't remember where is this option. I don't find it here. I don't remember if it's that. Well, let me check in the apps then. Let me see in the dashboard. Well, let's see. I think it's Yodlee. I don't know if we have a name for these things. I think the name is Yodlee, in fact. Yeah. Okay, so sync your bank feed with Yodlee. So I think it's that. Then how can I show you that? Don't seems to be activated. Here, I find something. Configure. Okay, I can add a new bank here. Perfect. I think this is the bar. I recognize it. And you have to search. So for example, you ask for ABN AMRO, and you will find many of them normally, because even the smallest bank will be in it. So if I put ABN, okay. Apparently, yeah, maybe it's because I'm on the demo. Yes, for that you should probably go on a trial instance, because here the connection don't seem to work. Let's check. You know what? I will go then on the runbot here. I don't know. Maybe on the runbot it works. Online synchronization. Yes. Let's search here. I have the same error. So actually here the parameters we have to make the connection, probably in the settings. So okay, why I see nothing? I'm not clear where is the settings for this. View supported bank. Finally. Okay, perfect. I found. You have to go Italamo on this web page, and here you have the bank accepted. So here it should work. Finally. Now what's that? Come on. So you have something called ABN AMRO, but yeah. Then you have to check if it's the good one, because I see something into brackets, so difficult to tell you if it's accepted or not. Maybe then in this kind of case you could contact our hotline Italamo, because let's say to be 100% sure, I would have to check. We have a database of the bank that we allow synchronization, and then we would have to check there. I don't have access from here, obviously. So probably you could do a ticket, okay? So maybe I will just quickly show you that, because for general question, you can always contact us. You can click here, and I don't know if it's this. I think it's this URL. Of course, I'm recognized. If you want to be recognized, you can just create a trial database, and then through it, you can ask a question. And here you can ask a question, and we will always answer you. So don't worry. You can say simply here, please, can you confirm that this bank is synchronized? And we will tell you, okay? But we have to check maybe more into detail. Or maybe check also on your side by contacting the bank. Maybe you can find the information. Okay? So let's carry on. Design Diverso. Hi there. I read that Odoo is completely free if installed and maintained in-house. So again, it's yes if you use the community, no if you want to use the enterprise, so the design, the studio, and the help desk, for example. So yes, there is limitation on the feature. You can use the community. Okay. So again, try by yourself by downloading the, I don't know where it was, by downloading from odoo.com. Be careful that we also advise to have a server, let's say, someone that will manage your server, because it's not that easy to configure well a server. So that's why the SaaS platform is a good choice, you know, because you don't have to manage a server. It's not that easy to get good performance when you install it on your computer or on a local server. Okay, so there it's more up to you to see if you are able to do it or not. Okay. I carry on the question. So there is one more question from Etienne, but in French. So let me translate. But with the free version, we have the right to get one apps. Yes. So can we choose help desk? Yes, I guess so. Etienne, to check that, you have to go. Let me show you. For example, here I take the documentation. You have a start now. Okay. Whatever you create a real database or a test, you will always have to go through Start Now, okay? And from here, you have to select, if the apps is not there, that's a good question. Because normally, you can only select the apps here, Etienne, okay? So here, it tells you that it's free for one apps for unlimited user, but it's true that help desk is not here. So I would say that no, it's not possible then. Indeed. That's a good question. Okay, what's that? Refuse? No. I think it's not possible. You can maybe ask us if it's possible through again the help, you know, the support, but I would say no. It's a service that we give. We want people to try our main apps, to say, okay, you really like it, and then you will pay for it or you will add things around. But normally we want you to try the most important one, like accounting, MRP, inventory. Probably we don't think that help desk can be apps that you test and that make you say, okay, I will go for Odoo for my ERP system. Okay, so probably that's why we think probably people then will just use it like that. So we are also in the purpose is a marketing purpose also to make this offer. Okay, so probably that's why. But Etienne, you can contact us through the support and ask us to be 100% sure. Okay, I cannot say. For sure, but here, from what I see, it's not possible indeed. Okay. Jason, where do I go to edit and replace my URL? I don't understand because it looks like a very generic question to me. To edit, okay. Maybe I see. Maybe what you mean is that you have by default this URL. The name of your company, so for example, jason.odoo.com, okay? I guess it's your question. And it means that it's not very important because only you and your user will see that, so it has no impact for the external user. But it's true that it would also be the email, okay? But you can change that, okay? When you are locally, I don't know, but if you are on the SaaS, you can manage that by yourself. I don't know if I can show you an example. You will have a portal like this when you have database. You can have one or two, it depends. You can have different database from one account. Voilà, and here you will access to the database management, so you can duplicate it to make tests. You can rename it, so that's also important. You modify the generic URL of all the URL of your database. And then you have domain, okay? And here, if you click on it, you just have to follow the instruction, and you will have to copy paste, for example, the CNAME from your domain provider, and you will be able to do it. Alors, here I cannot click on it because it's not supported database, okay? But if you pay, it's writing here, it's free database. But if you pay a subscription, you will be able to put a domain. Okay, so I think that the answer is yes, Jason. Okay. Alors, Etienne answer me yes, but in the choice of the app. Yeah, but I have already answered that, Etienne. So I hope you have heard the answer. Let's carry on. Okay. Okay. All apps speak about the community module. It's true that you can look there, but then you can only install community apps on site. So then you cannot use the SaaS. So I think from the question of Etienne, he was clearly speaking about the SaaS. So all apps, be careful that it won't be compatible. Okay. Someone, Pierre-Antoine Magnette, it's one of our colleague, answered to Etienne and said, so good to know for everybody. You can look to the link and you will see that you can directly access it through a link with the name of the apps. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, perfect. Okay, I can run. I go a little down. Sorry. Okay, still Peter Nov. I want admin to create only official channel says. Yeah, again, Peter, the answer is yes, it's possible, but with customization. And if you take, let's say it would take 1 or 2 hours only of work, and we would do it. But I won't do advanced customization here, okay? So just take note that it's possible, and you can do it by yourself if you are on site, or you can ask Odoo to do it for just 1 or 2 hours of customization, probably. Okay. Alors, Abdelmaid is asking, what about Odoo and big data? Good question. I think there is no link at all. Odoo is a database, but we are not specialized in the domain of big data. For sure not. Our database is just a SQL database, and yeah, you have to take care because I'm not very familiar with the big data area. But Odoo, if you have a lot of data on the database, sometimes you have to take care to the performance. So I'm not sure we are specialized in that. Okay, don't forget that we are software to manage the business of a company. Okay, so I don't think there is any link. Okay, so Pierre-Antoine also given the link to check the database, so thanks to him. Bonjour, wait, hola, I have a lot of questions in fact. Okay, I think I arrived to Diane Dia. She's asking, he is asking, how to attribute access right for companies. Okay, I think the question is about, let's say, the multi-company. So it's very interesting that in Odoo you have a multi-company, okay? And it's something that you have to activate. So most of the time we advise to start with one company, and when you feel comfortable with the configuration, you can install the multi-company. And this actually, at the moment you click on multi-company, it installs probably 100 of what I said, record rules, so access right rules, that will split the database to make people in one database see only the record, and people on other database see the other record, okay? But at the end, it's the same database. Just it's important to know this concept. And probably here it's not installed, so you have to go in general settings and you can activate the multi-company. You have two options. You can choose if the product and the contact are shared between the company. Because most of the time people want that, but you can untick them if you don't want, for example, for the contact. Okay, so right now I'm installing a lot of record rules, meaning that when I go on my user now, I can choose in which company they will be working. So yeah, one important point here is that when you install multi-company, you cannot use the admin for everyday operation. Admin will be only there to configure your company and see everything. So you can use the admin to see gathered information, because he will also always see everything. So he will see all the project, all the tasks, all the invoice, and so on. But if you have two users, like demo user, you can start to say this one work in demo company, and the other one work only in the other company. So you have to say he don't see demo, but he see my company Chicago. And like that, he will only have access to this one. Okay? Like that, I have two users working in two different companies. What I can also do, for example, for an accountant, I can say, okay, this guy, he needs to work in both companies. So I give him access to both, but he can only work at one time in one company. So you save. And when he will come back in the morning to his Odoo database, he will see normally here, but I don't see it, so that's strange. Wait. Normally he's able to switch from company. Wait. I probably forget to activate something, but what is it? Yeah, now it's activated. Yeah, but I'm the admin, in fact. So wait, I'm not the demo user. Yeah, stupid. So I have to set me anyway on the admin. Okay, it's better to demonstrate with if I was logged as the demo. It would be a lot better. But just to show you that we have this little feature that just switch you. You know. So here I'm working on demo company, and well, let's say, imagine I'm the demo user. If I go on the sales, I would only see, for example, the sale order from one company. And then if I switch, I will only see the one for my company, Chicago. Okay? And of course, by default, you have this field that is fill in when you create. So if I create a sale order here in my Chicago company, you have a company field with my Chicago company. Okay? And then it's invisible for anyone else, okay? And it's the same in the other sense, okay? Then, of course, you can go in these record rules and change them to whatever you want, actually, if you start to customize. And I can quickly just show you what it has generated. It's always the same, huh? So if you look a little, you will quickly understand them. You have record rules. I just type company probably. Okay, and if I take a model, well, let's group by model object. Let's say that for example, the CRM lead are separated. So yeah, I have a lot. You see, it's a lot of rules. In fact, so let's take the sale order. Okay. And you see that's a rule saying that you can only see the sale order of your company or if there is no company. So that's important. That means that if you don't set a company, everybody can see it until a company is defined on the record. Okay? I don't know if this answers your question. So after you said REST company, that's what I've shown on the user. We don't start to put access right directly on the model REST company because that would create error. Okay, so be careful with that. And just to everybody, be careful with the access right because you can quickly block everything. So don't create if you're not sure at 100%. Let's carry on. I cannot go down. There is no more question. Okay, Buzit is asking, personally, for the big data, we could work with no SQL. Very good question. I have no idea. I'm just I'm a functional consultant, so this is a little bit. You just for your information, Buzit. Try to follow the live support session, and there will be a live support session more technical. We already done some. Please try to attend a technical one because I have no idea about the big data, the NoSQL by extending. I have no idea. Okay. What is the right method to hide sales in inventory menu? Okay, yeah. Well, that I can answer you. Actually, I already show it today. Maybe you was not there. Don't wait. The problem is I'm not sure if the admin. I have to check if the admin get that. For example, if I want to hide inventory, there is a standard way. So you have to use the standard way. Don't play with customization. You go on the user. You do edit, and this is the access right. Okay. If I take inventory, the logic is always up is the lowest access right and down is the highest. Let's take, for example, accounting. I have no access. I'm a simple accountant. Yeah, billing, no, it's even I'm a simple invoice guy who just make invoice. Then I have the accountant that make miscellaneous things or maybe validate some things, and then you have the advisor that is the CFO of your company. Okay, so the access rights are from low to high. And if I want someone to not see the menu, you just set the nothing here. Okay, I don't know if it works with the what. Okay, here already I have an issue. I cannot. Let's try with project. Okay. Here I remove project. I'm not sure it works with the admin, but let's try. So here you have the project. So when I refresh now, because you have to refresh to download the change, you see, I don't see the project menu. Okay? So just do like that. I have no idea why it does not work with inventory, but believe me, it works with every apps normally. So for example, manufacturing, where is it? Yeah, you do that. Yeah, and again, if I go back, so I refresh here just to show you. I go back again, and it's not there anymore, okay? But as I've shown before, you have a menu for, if you're in debug mode, you can go in the menu. The menu. Alors, yeah, let's use something nice. You can come here and look for something directly by typing on your keyboard. Huh? Yes. For example, that would be a lot faster for menu item. And now here you can manage your menu from this this view. Okay, so the menu are a model like any other model. And for example, inventory. Let's look at this inventory. Is this one, okay? Alors, maybe don't erase it because that would be a little extreme. But for example, I'm kind of destroying the database, so don't play too much because otherwise we are not in a production database for sure. But if I remove that, save, then you refresh. Well, I will open it in another tab. Close that. Yes. And if I go back, it's still there. Strange. I'm not able to hide this. Yeah, but wait. I think I remove all access. No, yeah, I'm stupid. If I remove all access right, nobody see it anymore. In fact, alors, let's put it then on. Let's put it on that. I will put myself as an accountant. Yeah, okay. Now you see that inventory has disappeared. Okay, so it's possible. Okay. Another question from Tidiane. How to allow? But what are you speaking? Okay. How to allow a user to create a company? Alors, I don't think it's a good idea to allow any user to create company. Okay, I think the good process is to only allow the admin to do that. But any user with the access right, settings, will be allowed to do it unless you restrict it. But so if I give to the demo user access to administration settings here, like this, let's imagine I come back, I'm the demo user, I will have this menu, because it's a menu, and then I will have access to user company, and I will be able to create a new company. Okay? But creating company is not something that you do often. So either you are mixing with a company in your REST partner model, so your client, supplier, and partner. But the company REST partner, you can always see the name of the model here for people who don't know what I'm speaking about. So for this model, the REST company, don't create it like all the time, okay? From Mike, how would you track individual product with unique serial number for servicing, etc.? Okay, I'm not clear about your question because I already showed the lot and serial number 1 hour ago. So you have to activate the lot serial number feature, and then on every movement, you have to set when you process. Well, the example was a production, so when you do the production, you have a movement, and on it you put the lot or the serial number, okay? But I do not understand. Okay, so yes, we can track with unique serial number, but what do you mean by servicing? You don't track a service. So let me think. No, because like I said, it's on the move, and only stockable and consumable also actually create move have a stock move. So for a service, no, you cannot. It makes no sense actually to put a serial number on a service. But if it's a stockable product, then yes, you will be able to track it. Okay, so maybe Mike, rephrase your question, and I will see. Okay. Okay, Tidiane, it was answered. Peter, how to export my website data from one enterprise to another enterprise account? It's no problem, Peter. It's we can. I mean, at least we can do it easily. Alors, if you do, I'm thinking. Huh? We have the export system just to export a model here. You can export data. Then you can export customization. So, for example, if you have Studio, you can also export all the Studio things. I think you have to go here on the home page, Studio, and you can export the customization. Okay, but you speak about the website. So I guess what you mean is that you go on the website and you create a beautiful page, like your home page, and you start editing your home page. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, yeah. How does it work? Yep. Nice. Okay. How can I export that? That's a good question. Actually, I'm not sure. I will just check because I don't have the answer right away. No. No. Okay. So I don't find a button, Peter. But what I would do if I had to do it, I would create my second enterprise database. I will configure it more or less the same without the design. And then what you can do manually is to go in Customize, HTML Editor. This is just the menu. And then inside the menu, you see the box title is there actually. It's simply HTML code. It's very simple. And I would do a Control A, Control C, you go in the other website and you paste it, okay? Because everything we do with the interface at the end, it just generate HTML code, okay? So you can really do a copy paste like that. The other solution is simply to ask us, okay? Or you do it by yourself if you have a developer with you. The idea would be you put all this code in a module, so in a kind of app that you can import. Again, Peter, that then you will do it at the same place than any import you do in terms of HTML view. You go in apps. You have to be in debug mode. So to set here debug, the developer mode, sorry. And here you can import module. And in this module, you can upload your website. So yeah. That would be the best solution. There is a third solution. It's even more technical. Probably if you have on-site, you can directly write in the code of your database, or you can use probably a script and access your database. You have many different technical solutions. Okay, so I don't see a problem with that. But of course, any of them are more and more costly. Norman is asking, can data information from QuickBook be exported to Odoo? No, we cannot. Yes, actually. But it's each time some works. Let's say it depends the complexity of your accounting. Depends who does it. For example, we have some experience, so we already did it. So to redo it would be a lot faster. But we count many hours to do it, okay? So it's not something easy. You don't have a button because QuickBooks will extract something, probably your accounting entries. Maybe it will also extract your invoice or something like that. And then you have to do the mapping, okay? That's the job to do, okay? So no, we don't have standard apps that make either a bridge or a connection or an import easily. But you can count 5 to 10 hours of work to export from QuickBooks. And then do the mapping and import it, okay? So when you are switching, if you switch from QuickBooks to Odoo accounting, it's not a problem to do that, okay? So yes, the data can be exported. I mean, I don't know QuickBooks, so I guess there is a use. I can only say yes, it's possible to import in Odoo, in fact. Okay? Mike is asking sending a built product out. Wait. Wait, I'm reading your question, Mike, but I don't understand. Ah, okay, yes, it was with the unique serial number. Okay. How would you track individual product with fee? Okay, yes. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I see. So you speak about a product. So I don't know where I did the example. Let me. Yeah, of course. Now I've hidden the. Let's try that. Wait, I think I will close a little everything because. Let me check. I have too many things open. Let's try again on the demo. Yeah, okay. Everything is back to normal. So again, Mike, you have to set the serial number here. Ah, but it's already set. Okay. And then I don't do all the process. You can manufacture, you can do internal transfer, but at the end, what will happen is that you will do a delivery to the client. Either it's a location or you sell it, doesn't matter, but you will do a delivery order. Okay. When you track your product, I don't remember. I think the settings to be tracked is on the product, if I'm not wrong. Tracking by unique, voilà, perfect. It's tracking by unique serial number, perfect. It means that, okay, that will be a little long. I will not do the 180, but if you want to validate the delivery order, it will ask you to put a number. So here for the moment there is nothing. So normally if I validate, it will give me an error message. Yeah. Some product require a serial number. There are a lot of serial number. So I have to say that I delivering the one. Or I can create a new one. Now I'm not obliged to. Can create like this and use the sequence like I did before. Okay, yeah, that's what I told you. This error message is the settings on the delivery on the picking type. Okay, so on the picking type here, you can say if you are allowed or not. Use existing. Okay, you see, they force me to use an existing serial number. It makes sense when you are at the end of the process. So the delivery order is the end of the process. So often you create when it enter and you use existing one at the outside. Okay, so actually it makes sense. So you can use the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and so on. Okay, and then I can why I have only 2. Okay, 3, and then you can validate, create a back order, and then you have delivered that. Okay. When it comes back 12 months later, you will have to either you create a picking where you need to use the same serial number, but when it comes back, you will read on the box on the product the serial number, and then you can go. You have a menu for serial number. Here. And you will look for for example, the number 1, and you see directly that it's an iPad mini. So you check in reality, oh yes, it's an iPad mini. And then you can, well, here it's mixed. Oh yeah, okay. Well, it's because it was already transferred. Normally I should have only 1. And then you can see the historic of it, okay? Like before. Alors here, that's strange. Probably the setting have been changed because normally I'm not authorized to have this, these things, but yeah, normally make sure you only use once the serial number for a product, okay? And then when it comes back, you can see the historic of the product. I don't know if it does answer your question, Mike. Let's carry on. Alors, Bouzid did a comment. I think, yeah, it's correct. I think it's because of the dependency of the. Yeah, probably, yeah. I don't know, but at the end it worked. I have a new question. Alors, there is only 10 minutes left, so either I will. So let's put your last question, but I will stop at 4 o'clock. Okay, so just like that. I take the question of Seiteja. Okay. Hi, Odoo. I want to import all the data employee. You can. Employee, yes, then you will, if you want to create employee, you will import user. Can you import user? That's a good question. I never tried that. Be careful that user are normally linked to user. Employee are linked to user. So, but indeed you can import user, so that would create automatically your employee. Bank account, yes. For the first time, yes. Oh, can I import all at once since I cannot create each and every? No, you can only import one model to one model. I mean, you can import one model at once. So if you want to do, allez, let's say you have a huge amount of record of data, then for sure do a script. Okay, and we already did some script here at Odoo, for example, for client with 300,000 product with image and like 50 column. Then of course we use a script, and it takes maybe 1 or 2 days, but we import everything at once. So if you have a lot of data, just don't do it manually. Ask us. It will take 5 hours to do it. Okay. Otherwise, no, you have to go model by model, and you have to go on the department. So here you are speaking more about HR. So I don't know, where is it? It's employee, for example. And yeah, no, you have to go model by model. So department, you go in list view, very important. You always have to go in list view, and you have to import. The import works well, so we advise to do that. Okay, I hope it answers your question. It's very easy. To do an import, you can simply do an export before. Wait, what am I doing? You select, for example, you do an export. Here, I think the important is the name, department name. You can also put the parents, because there is a hierarchy, but it's not needed. And then, yeah, let's do it. You export like. Now it works with Excel. It's quite nice. We have improved it not long ago, so now it's very easy to do. So you have that, for example. There is no parent ID, so forget it. Wait, what am I doing? And then delete that. Up, and you just put the data like this. Like 1, 2. Yeah, it does not work. 4, 4. Yeah, and so on. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You save. And then you import back, and you have to do it model by model. Unfortunately, there is no other solution. Download HR department. It's okay. Validate, import, and you see it create your data. Okay, so you have to do it one by one. No problem, Mike. Last question from Buzit. How to add a payroll accounting localization? Good question. To answer you, I will create a company, because when you create a company, you might have to install a new accounting localization. So that would be maybe a good example. So let's go here. Tuck, tuck. Company. I create a new one. Let's say India. I take randomly, but we will install the Indian accounting then. That's all. Normally you put the address and everything. And here automatically, if I go on the user, demo user or myself, let's do it for myself. I can add India. Perfect. Save, and I refresh. Okay. Then I switch from demo company to India. And here, if I go in accounting, normally it will tell me that there is no localization. Normally. Yes. Here. And here you can install. Here it's the first package you have installed. So you are in Belgium. When you create a free trial on our SaaS, we have an automation that automatically installs the localization of your country. So if you are in France, it installs France. If you are in UK, it installs UK. Okay, just look your address. And then you have by default this one. But you might go into international business, and then you will have to firstly install more package. You have the things, but probably the Indian are somewhere. I don't find them, so let's do a search in, yeah. And you see that I already have the payroll, but let's do that after. I will install accounting, okay? Yeah, I don't know. I let the Indian accounting install. And now what does it mean? I will have a mix of account because I'm the admin. Huh? If you are user of only the Indian company, you will only see the Indian account, of course. But now if I go in chart of account, you will see that I have my American account, so 1000 fixed asset account. But then I start to have this kind of Kreshli Kalyan receivable. So this is the Indian, you see. You can group by company and it's perfect. You can see the difference like this. Okay? You have two chart of account and so on. And for the payroll is not in the accounting. The payroll will be a new apps. Same actually. Okay, so you go in apps and you install the Indian payroll. And you install it. Alors, I won't go further because payroll is, I mean, I even don't know what is inside the Indian payroll. So, for sure I won't do anything about it, but you have to check if it works. The payroll is a set of rules to manage your payroll, of course. But you can go really far, but it requires a lot of configuration, so be careful also, okay? So now you have the Indian payroll, for example. Okay? Okay, now there is only 5 minutes left, so I will try, because I have a lot of questions actually now. Yeah, okay, that's what, the last question. Also, when I'm trying to import user, how can I? When you create a user, it creates an employee, so you don't need to link them. The permission, but you do that afterward. Huh? So yeah, actually, yes, you can import the permission. It's possible. I already did it, so yes, it's possible. It's a field like another one. Okay. So let's see where the other question. Odoo has a mobile app in Android. Yes, it is only for Odoo online user. Good question. Probably, yeah. Good question about the apps. I don't have the answer. Anyway, there is not a lot of time, so please ask your question to our support, because I don't have a contact or sales department. But you know, be careful, because maybe the answer is yes. Because, for example, if you take Awesome Timesheet, which is a Google Chrome add-ons to use a timesheet, it works also for the on-site enterprise. So why not? Why not? It should work actually. Okay, so probably the answer is yes, but please contact us for a more precise answer. Wait. Alors, still Tidiane, détruire des accès. Yes, you can do that too, because you speak all the time about the REST company. If you want, I can show you. Oops, it's possible. Huh? You can create. Wait, access. Yeah, it's control. Yeah, be careful. I would not put access right directly on model like you do, because I would just use the standard access right. But you can do it again. It's debug mode. You go on the model, and you can create a new control access list by group. So yeah, I don't see the problem if you know that. So you reverse company. Yeah, but here you have the access right. So yes, you can add them here. Huh? You can do that. So I don't see. You can do it if you want. What's next? I don't wait, because you. And sometimes we vary the way. Okay. I've read the question of Sergio. I can answer that. I'm in my company, we make a bicycle, and sometimes we buy the wheels. Okay, or we make them. Okay, we can buy or manufacture. It's to route by default. Use them. You tick. No, wait. Then I have a sell order of wheel 20, and I have. Yeah, okay. So no. You only tick manufacture, okay? So you manufacture them, but you look at the stock. So you tick the root manufacture. Maybe I can show you just to illustrate. It's very a typical question, so it's a good question. And Odoo does it in standard, so that I will show you. Let's take this one. What you need is to clearly click this and not this, not this. You don't want to make to order, because make to order, you automatically generate 20 if you sell 20. So that's not what you want. And we have a kind of make to stock, but make to order. It's a little, yeah. What we call it reordering rule at 0, because it behaves like a make to order as soon as the stock is gone. And believe me, most of the company need that. So what you will do is you will stay in make to stock, meaning that you don't tick the make to order here. You tick the manufacturer here, you save, and you create reordering rules. Okay. Here, what you have to do, it's almost nothing. You create it. The only things you have to do is, if you have many locations, you have to create one by location, and then you save it like that. You do nothing. What is it? It's a reordering rule 0. It means that it will do nothing unless it reach the minimum stock. So it means that you don't have anything in stock. And then it will reorder at which level. If you let 0, it will just ask you to manufacture 5. Okay? So that's a typical configuration that we do very often. Okay? So that answers your question, Sergio. The last question is Mohamed with no video tutorial about QWeb report. QWeb report, good question. No. Again, I send you to the doc. I'm not always aware. Again, I can quickly look. We have a good doc about QWeb, I think. If I'm not wrong, I think we have a very good section about QWeb. Alors, where is it? Attends, QWeb here. Alors, indeed, Mohamed, no video, but because we consider that probably it's better to just read it. This is very good. You should read the video here. Okay. You should read the documentation. Probably there are video, but probably not made by us or. Yes, you can also check maybe our slide. I think we have a page with slide. Where is it? No. Now let's search on slide Odoo. I think here you have slide, but also video, and maybe you can find something here. Yeah, here you have some video, but I don't know. Maybe there are some access right on it. Huh? Yeah, problem here I see everything, so probably that's the only public one. Maybe here you have something. Search QWeb. But here, Mohamed, perfect. You have how to create report. Well, it's quite old, 2016, so check if it's still up to date. Yeah, wait, it's a, yeah, of course it's a slide, so it's not a video. So no, maybe not. Then you can also look on YouTube, I don't know. Okay, but with the slide here and the documentation about the QWeb view, believe me, you have more than enough information, Mohamed, to start, okay? And probably to have some more video. Nicoletta has answered one of the questions. Yeah, okay. She answered what more or less what I said. It works in both versions. Okay. So indeed, you can use. We always think about all our customers. So the on-site, the online, the enterprise, and normally, and of course not the community. If it is an enterprise feature. So this will close this session. Thanks everybody to have followed it. And we invite you to follow another one, I think, next Friday. We do it every Friday. Thanks everybody. Bye-bye.